everybody. Here is the Disruption Network Club from Kunstquartier Bethanien. We are live from Berlin. In front of us, we have only the speakers and the audience is online. So first of all, I would like to thank the speaker for being here and the audience that is following us. I am Tatiana Bazzichelli, the director of the Disruption Network Club, and together with me, the other co-director.
My name is Filip, and I'm the director of the community program of the Disruption Network Lab.
And we are a team of several people that did great hard work for reaching the point of this conference. So I would like first to thank them, Elena Velianowska and Nada Baker for the production, Jonas Franchi for the designer, Alana Travers for the communication, Claudia Trapp for the press, and Rana Vadikari that is taking care of the streaming, and Francesco Mancori of the lights. And Elle that is there with us since 5 years, working with the sound technology. So after this, thanks to all of them, I will introduce the conference. We are planning to do 3 days conference. So we start today with a really interesting and deep program that is focusing on the discourse of borders of fear. So this is the title that we choose for this conference. That is our 21st conference. And we are going to focus on migration, security, and control. When we were deciding to create this conference and thinking about the discourse of borders, we wanted to discuss 2 different aspects. From one side, a very physical one that is related to the closure of frontiers and also the creation of refugee camps, the escalation of security. And today, for example, we'll also have a panel about pushbacks. That is a very important topic that is often neglected, that we really want to discuss about. And at the same time, we also wanted to speak about borders at a political level and the idea that borders can also be created politically, mentally, and as a form of cultural closure. So we want to analyze also what is the narrative around the discourse of migration and also how often the migrants are stigmatized. And usually, as we do at the Disruption Network Lab, we try to unfold the subject from very different points of view. And hopefully, we don't only present questions, but also we try to give some answers. There is also an important aspect that I wanted to discuss because we also decide to share an internal policy on which kind of images and videos we are showing here. Because of course we all know that when we speak about the discourse of migration, is a very difficult topic in understanding how to depict the people that are subjects of violence, border controls, and also persecution. So we decide here at the Disruption Network Lab to have a very specific way of dealing with this. And so we ask our speakers to avoid showing people faces without their consensus, in case blur the faces, and also not to show explicit context of violence without the consent of the people. Will be only an exception, but also they are not too much because we know that we won't show the face of the person, but this will be the case of showing an evidence at the borders, and in that case the video is important also for what we are trying to demonstrate here. But I wanted to point out this because I think it's a very important issue that should be discussed on every conference that speaks about refugees, migrants, and the border security and control. And now I will leave the word to Lieke that will explain a bit more about the program and also thanks our funders.
Thank you. Yeah, before we go into a bit more about the program, I would like first of all to thank the funders that also made this conference possible. So first of all, the Senatsverwaltung für Kultur und Europa, the Bundeszentrale für politische Bildung, the Riva and David Logan Foundation, and the Checkpoint Charlie Foundation. We're also supported in part by a grant from the Foundation Open Society Institute in cooperation with OSIFE of the Open Society Foundations. And this conference also forms part of Reimagine Europe, which is co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union. And finally, we're also running our program this year in partnership with the Guerrilla Foundation, especially for the community program. Then for this specific conference, we've also started collaboration with Transparency International, the Rogue Agency for Open Culture and Critical Transformation, the Migrant Media Network, and Emergency. And we also want to thank our partner venues, the Kunstquartier Bethanien and Akut Macht Neu. And finally, also our media partners, TATS, die Tageszeitung, Ex-Berliner, Mitte, and Furtherfield. So many thanks to all of those funders, collaboration partners, and supporters. And then before we go into the conference of today, I would like to briefly say something about the community contribution to the conference. So as part of the community program, we're organizing a community panel on Sunday, as well as 2 workshops. So the first of these workshops is happening tomorrow, on Sunday, the 29th of November. And it will be a workshop on critical tools for counter-investigations. And this workshop will be given by Dimitra Andritsu of Forensic Architecture, that will also be speaking in a panel later today. So in this workshop, we will go step by step through various investigative methodologies for counter-investigating state and corporate crimes, which can help us to pursue accountability. And then,
yes, so
handing over to you.
Thank you very much. I will start then introducing the first event of the day. We have a short film from Josh Begley, and then I will be back on stage having a conversation with Renata Avila. So just a short introduction about the film. This film is actually longer, or what we are showing here today is 7 minutes, and is also a very popular film that you can find online, and we are also going to show the longer version online. But today for the introduction, we decide also to have the shorter version of it. I wanted to say a bit more about Josh Begley. He's the director of 2 short films. One is Best of Luck with the Wall, that we are going to show in a minute, and also Concussion Protocol, that are both produced by director Laura Poitras, that was also with us here in 2015. This film that we are going to watch is actually a very interesting one, because Josh Begley is a data artist and also a filmmaker. So in the films that he creates, there is always a very interesting way of using data. And in this specific film, we have a short documentary about the geography of the US-Mexico border. Was made with 200,000 satellite images that were downloaded from Google Maps. And is a film also that received the honorary mention at the 2017 Prix of Ars Electronica. And in his description of this short film that is about the US-Mexico border, it's also interesting what he says, because he says that a wall is a border that is brought into 3D. Let's watch now this short film, and then we will go more into the subject of the Mexico border with Renata Avila. Thank you. Okay, so we are back together with Renata Avila, that I'm very happy to welcome. Also, Renata has been many times with us in the past. A conference that we organized in 2018, the Hate News, and then also to our Disruptive Fridays. So I'm very happy to have Renata back with us. And when we were discussing, you know, she's an expert of so many different subjects that perhaps we could invite you for each conference that we do. And I'm sure you will have a lot to say. So I want to introduce also Renata properly. She's a lawyer, an author, and advocate from Guatemala. She has more than 15 years of experience in technology and human rights. She's an expert in digital rights and studied the politics of data, the evolution of transparency, and what she describes as digital colonialism. So for us it was very important to have you here today to follow up this short film by Josh Begley and to discuss also in the context of border security and control, what does it mean these borders and also the whole debate around the Mexican wall that has been created during the Trump administration. And also we know that now became a sort of a metaphor of anti-immigration policy that has been very strong during the Trump administration, and also we all know about a high number of families that were separated, children held in detention centers, and also asylum seekers that were returned to Mexico. But of course, this situation, you know, escalated during Trump, but has always been there. So we want to know from you your perspective on this subject, and if you can tell us more.
Thank you, Tatiana, for having me here. I hope, yeah, now it's working. Thank you, Tatiana, for having me here, and thank you for Berlin for hosting me for a little while. And to me, this film is very personal, and this topic is very personal because that wall was designed to keep people like me out, people holding my passport, and my people, basically. And you might have not experienced that, but traveling with a Central American passport, traveling with a Guatemalan passport, which, by the way, it is a privilege to even have the money to get a passport and to get an ID allowing to travel in my country, especially if you're a woman. But if you have experienced borders, I think that the first encounter with a border, if you are a Central American, is horrible. I think that it will be like the perfect experience to illustrate profiling, to illustrate the police state, and to illustrate oppression from the other. And the experience is as it goes. Either if you are traveling by land or by air, you will be chosen, like randomly, always, put on the side, and ask the most embarrassing questions that they will never dare, the police border will never dare to ask a European or to ask a Canadian, for example. And it is humiliating because the assumptions, and that's very relevant for the world, the digital world that we are building, but I don't want to jump into that like just now. The assumptions is if you are a woman traveling alone, that you are carrying drugs, that you are entering, just crossing the border to work in the country and stay forever, that you are seeking for a husband, or that you are like basically that you are cheating in the system. Even just traveling, just the act of traveling is a flag, is a red flag. But I'm privileged. I mean, I'm the picture of privilege in my country. And if I experience that barrier, that hostility, that policing, that profiling, is nothing compared to what indigenous Guatemalans and peasants from Central America experience. Because the first wall that they find, the first wall that they encounter is in their own countries. And that has been like really increasing in the last I would say since the 90s, since the free trade agreements, which it was this pact of open borders for products, closed borders for people. And what the effects of that policy, it has been devastating. I mean, the effects of an international policy in the local communities have been devastating in agriculture, in a way of life, like basically it wiped out and completely destroyed a way of living of these people. And the borders that for example, if I think of, if you saw all the children in cages, the first barrier that they will have in the country that they come from is language. Mexico has hundreds of languages, Guatemala has 24 languages. They couldn't even find a translator. Like, language is a barrier, language is a border. If we ignore that other people speak other languages, that's the first push away. The other is race. It is a very real border, and it's very interesting because the US always tries to pretend to be diverse, but there are like very real classifiers, social classifiers that push you out of circles of power and decision and so on, and it is a fact that race played a role in the treatment that these people received. But the other border, I will say the most brutal border, is the one that we didn't get rid of, and it is the oligarchies in our countries. There's a pact of elites. Imagine having your own version of Trump, in each and every country, and all of them becoming friends, and making this pact of keep people oppressed, of keep people underserved, of never paying taxes, and of keeping the peace by force. That's what we have in the region, and actually what you have seen with the drama of the migrants to the US, it is the direct result of the most brutal inequality. Countries like Haiti, like Guatemala, like Honduras, Panama, if you look at the indicators, are among the most unequal countries in the world. And I think that that's very important to keep in mind, because migration doesn't happen because it happens. It's the accumulation of, and migration should happen like freely, but this dramatic migration of leaving everything behind with betting to the destiny and seeing if you risk your life just because what you leave at home is so unbearable, is the result of a combination of policies and mafias that are celebrated instead of being shamed. So that's my initial reflection. Very corrupt oligarchs, permanent inequality, weapons, lots of them coming from the US, and systemic push for free trade that doesn't include people.
Yes, also I want to say that last year, for example, here at the Disruption Network Club, we did a conference that was called Dark Havens, in which we were really describing this phenomenon of the oligarchs that are profiting of dark havens and tax havens. So I would suggest also the audience that is following online maybe to have a look at this, because it's a much bigger phenomenon of what we think, and is really global. And I had a question for you, because by also reading your biography and your backgrounds, you often speak about the concept of digital colonialism. So I wanted to ask, what do you mean for that, of course, in relation to this discourse we are doing on the borders, migration and security?
It's very interesting, because it's super interesting, because I was, a couple of days ago, I was addressing a conference to Africans on data and how political data is. And I was watching the film and the political importance of geographical data and geospatial data. And there's, it slips my mind the name of the Brazilian director who did a movie recently on how you can wipe out of the internet completely places, like basically, and pretend that they don't exist. And I mean, until you verify that this place doesn't exist or does exist, I don't know if what you show me is a fiction, actually. I will know only by verifying and so on. And what I'm saying in a very complicated way is like maps, satellites, very relevant information is in hands of very few companies, and we have very little say on it. The new borders are drawn or deleted by the systems. And a new border, a new frontier, a new barrier has been created, and it never felt before so physical and so real than during this pandemic. And it is this impossibility to opt out, impossibility to conduct a normal life, a productive life, a meaningful life, if you are not connected to the systems, what I refer as digital colonialism. And it's different this time because it's not only the super poor and oppressed that are left out. Of course, half of humanity is still left out because they are disconnected. But if we have seen how easily, how smoothly, how without any friction, certain technologies were imposed on us during this pandemic, without the possibility of opting out, without the possibility of going to work or even circulating freely if you are not on them. So it is or to work or to have this beautiful conference. And so it is very interesting to me how digital is no longer a separate space, it's a hybrid space, and how norms on this space are dictated by systems and by people that we don't vote in, and that we can get vote out, actually.
Thank you. Also, I wanted to ask you by, reflecting on what must be done to change this situation at the border of Mexico. Now, there is also a political transition in US. I don't know how much hope we have about that, but I also wanted to know from you, what do you think really, now has been done so much really to destroy the situation. What can we do to construct something positive?
To be honest, it's like really, we need a reset on the system. And addressing just of course, temporarily, there's some ways to alleviate. I don't know if you are familiar with the situation in Central America, but 2 very bad storms devastated the countries. And that, in the past, was enough reason to suspend deportations and to grant a temporary status of protected migrants. That would be like the very least I will expect from this administration, but that's only an aspirin to cure a cancer. And the cancer that we need to cure is in the system, in the economic system. And that's not a task that Central Americans versus Mexico versus the US can do alone. That will take a lot of political will, and I will hope that that will take a lot of courage from here, from Europe, to push for an alternative system. And it is really an international, transnational, international, bottom-up, top-down set of measures. It is not a single thing. And it is not something that, the sad thing is that it has been, since the 80s, non-stop, a hostile policy against Central American countries. And the even sadder thing is like the Mexicans are treated really bad by the US. The way Mexico treats Central Americans is even worse. So Central Americans, these poor people that you see in these very troubling situations, they face the wall at home with the oligarchy that excludes them from all the systems. Then the wall in Mexico, militarized, brutalized, horrible. And then the wall in the US. So it is a very sad result of a system that is screaming for a change.
Thank you. And since we have also a chat online, and I'm telling the people that perhaps are watching us on YouTube to go on our website, disruptionlab.org. There we can also have the possibility to hear your questions that you can ask directly to the speakers. So I ask Lieke if there is any question from the audience that is watching us online.
Yes, actually, there was two really good questions, so I will just ask them to you both, and let's see if we have time for them. There was a question from one person. He said, Cuban asylum seekers that are stranded in Mexico, but then there's also the situation of Cuban relatives in Florida that still vote for Trump. So how does one confront this kind of self-interest? And the second question, also related to Trump, is do you believe that Trump's weaponization of the language with social media, especially Twitter, which he is using as a colonizing or border-making weapon, do you think this has corrupted the potential good that language and social media can do for the future?
I will answer the first one, the first one second, the second first, reverting the order. With the language, it's very interesting because the sad reality is that he was just the megaphone of what a lot of Americans think and a lot of Americans say to us. I mean, experience of Central America visiting the US is finding many Trumps. And the task, I think that more than the use of language, to me is the use of popular channels to come with innovative ways of popular political education to the masses, popular formation of critical mass that finding this unacceptable. I don't believe actually that fixing terms and terms of service, fixing the moderation policies is doing much, because okay, you're silencing a social network, you're still with the same set of racist, racist set of mind. And it will take a lot of innovation, and it will take different architectures of co-creation and taking our language back, taking the language of the people back to serve people. On the question of Cuba and Cuban refugee in Mexico, and the difficulties of I mean, we have to admit that our countries are in Latin America are divided, and we have to admit that sadly Latin America and even the Caribbean are very conservative, are very driven by religion, and somehow very aligned with many of the things that Trump said. And it's a reality that we need to come to terms with, because it's a reality that is a result of interventions, military interventions and political interventions in the last 50 years. So I know that the case is difficult to come to terms with these differences of people coming from the same place that you come from. But I will say that the only answer to this is internationalism. With a progressive internationalism and a progressive vision, we find people like us caring about rights. And we create something larger than just a nationality and just a passport. And it's in this international solidarity that we might find, which is the natural way of being humans, in the unity in the difference, principles as the cohesive point, that we will find a solution to smash borders and overcome fear.
Thank you. So I think now we have to transition to the next event, and I really want to thank you, Renata, for being with us and giving your inputs at the beginning of our conference. Thanks a lot.
Until next time.
Thank you. And so now we take 2 minutes just to invite the next speaker here on stage. I will come back in 1 minute to introduce the moderator. Second panel of the day. I am Tatiana Bazzichelli, the director of the Disruption Network Club for the people that are just connecting now. And together with me, we have Sally Hayden, Philipp Schönberger, Franziska Schmidt, and this panel is moderated by Roberto Perez-Rocha, that I'm very happy to introduce, and is going to introduce the speakers. The title of this panel is Migration, Failing Policies and Human Rights Violations. Roberto Perez-Rocha is the director for the International Anti-Corruption Conference series at Transparency International. That is the world's largest independent anti-corruption forum that is actually next week, right? So coming soon. Thanks for being here despite all the work you're doing for that. Roberto is also the founder of the IACC Young Journalist Initiative, the Film for Transparency Festival, and the Fair Play Anti-Corruption Music Competition. For over 25 years, he has been worked globally in advocacy, governance, and transparency. So thank you, Roberto, for being here, and I leave the stage to you.
Well, thank you. It's on? Thank you very much, Tatiana. It's a pleasure to be here, to finally get to meet you and to get to meet the crowd from Disruption Lab. You guys are doing tremendously good work, so I'm really, really happy to be here, even though, as you said, with a bit of stress, because we start on Monday. It is an honor to be moderating this panel, and of course, my job is to be brief and to control the time, mostly, and hopefully I can draw some interesting questions after your initial introductions. So let me start by reintroducing our member from the panel. First and foremost, my friend and colleague, Sally Hayden, Irish, who has been in the front line reporting human rights violations and more abhorrent situations that asylum seekers go through in the north of Africa mainly. And next to her, we have Franziska Schmidt and Philipp Schönberger, which I understand you guys are students still, kind of, very good, who have a legal support project, particularly on the island of Samos in Greece. For all of you who don't know the island of Samos, most likely you may not find it on Instagram, so you have to look into other more kind of newsworthy sources because of the migration situation that is going over there. Without further ado, I would just like to give a 30-second reflection. As a Mexican, and as I mentioned before, I am sort of pompously labeled as an expat here in Berlin because, of course, I came with resources, I came with a passport, and I came with a job. For the rest of the people around the world who do not have any of the three, then they are called migrants. And for the expats, we always try to climb the stairway to heaven. For the migrants, usually is the roadway or the highway to hell. So you're going to tell the story of what you have found, which I think is extremely, extremely important, because if it's not making the news, then they become invisible. And if they don't have a hand that can support them, they are helpless. And we're talking about tens of millions of people around the world. So thank you very much. I'm honored to be here with you guys. And maybe I should give the voice to you two first. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you also from our side for the invitation and for giving us the opportunity to speak about the situation of the migrants on Samos and also our work. Is this PowerPoint showing? Yeah, thank you. First, maybe a quick outline. We're gonna quickly introduce the Refugee Law Clinic Berlin and its project on Samos. Then we would like to portray the situation on Samos and give an overview about the human rights violation taking place there. And as a response to that, we present our work on Samos, and then in the end we try to give a little outlook or maybe ask questions. The Refugee Law Clinic Berlin was founded in 2014 at the Humboldt University of Berlin, and just really quickly, the structure of a so-called law clinic foresees the concept of law students giving free legal advice, and ideally this concept creates a win-win situation in which the students can gain experience in legal counseling and the advice-seeking person receives free legal information. During the administrative crisis of 2014 and 15, the need for independent legal counseling in the field of migration and asylum law increased drastically. And the RLC Berlin established a one-year training cycle consisting of a weekly lecture, an internship with an asylum lawyer, and various workshops to train interested people in the field of asylum and migration law. The counselors trained by the Refugee Law Clinic Berlin counsel in various teams all over Berlin on a regular basis, and the organization is still almost entirely student-run and on a voluntary basis. And since 2018, the Refugee Law Clinic Berlin is also present on Samos with its legal information project. And the team there consists of 2 to 4 counselors, a coordinator, a Greek lawyer, and interpreters for the languages Arabic, Persian, and French.
Yes. So how comes that we are working on Samos and why Samos? It's a Greek island that is located right off the Turkish coast, and Samos is home to one of the so-called hotspots on Greek islands, a reception facility that hosts several thousand people. This camp is located right next to the capital of the island. So maybe the next, It's right next to Vathi, and in the middle you can see the white buildings are the official camp structure, and the red line indicates the informal settlement that has grown somehow around this official structure. In order to better understand the situation on Samos, I'd like to briefly outline the architecture of this so-called hotspots approach. The existence of the hotspots is closely linked to the EU-Turkey statement of 18 March 2016, which is also often referred to as the EU-Turkey deal. And in that agreement, the European Union and Turkey agreed that first, all migrants crossing from Turkey into Greek islands will be returned to Turkey. And second, that for each Syrian that is returned from one of the Greek islands to Turkey, another Syrian will be resettled to a European country. And in order to implement that first part of the deal, these hotspots were created on the islands where most of the migrants were passing through, and one of them being Samos. And prior to 2016, people could just cross through the islands and then continue their journey, but since then, the arriving asylum seekers have to undergo the special border procedure. This includes the asylum seekers being placed under geographic restriction, which means that they are prohibited from leaving the island until it has been examined whether they can be returned to Turkey or whether they have a claim for international protection. And so this is the purpose of these hotspots. And of course, it was also considered an advantage to assess the right to remain of an incoming person right at the external border before people are really able to enter European soil. And this practice should facilitate an easier deportation also in case of negative outcome in the asylum procedure. So you can already see that the geography of these islands plays a major role in their function in the European border policies. And so we disagree with this practice to deal with asylum seekers, but in particular we disagree strongly with the system that has been set up on the islands. But since we also see this as the outcome of European politics, we wanted to give an answer of European solidarity, and so this is the reason why we are now with this project on Samos. But it's also important to highlight that what we are reporting now concerns the situation in Samos, but the situation is basically the same on all 5 hotspots. I mean, you've heard probably about Lesbos, but also on Chios, Leros, and Kos, which are not so often in the media, the situation is more or less the same. In the following, we want to give you an overview over the situation that migrants are facing when they arrive on Samos. And as a preliminary remark, I wanted to briefly refer to the title of this conference also because in our eyes, this phrase describes the underlying rationale of the European hotspot policy pretty well, which describes them as borders of fear. Because after 4 years, it becomes more and more difficult to believe this narrative, the predominant narrative of a crisis, of overburdened structures and overburdened authorities, and also this narrative of a failure of the European Union. To the contrary, it becomes increasingly evident that the situation is upheld on purpose in order to deter people from crossing to Europe and to ask for asylum. So when we talk about borders and migration, it's important to understand that these camps and the human suffering, they inevitably cause that they have become an important part or important cornerstone in this architecture of European border policies that aim at deterring migrants from entering the European Union. So in our view, this suffering and the rights violation that we constantly talk and we constantly try to call attention to are the result of a deliberate political decision, and that this decision is not primarily taken in Samos and also not really or not predominantly in Athens, but to a large part in Brussels and also in Berlin.
Coming now to the human rights violations we observe. We would like to say something to the illegal pushbacks, and While the pictures of the notorious living conditions in the hotspots have accompanied us already over the past years, the major human rights violations now already occur before people arrive on the actual island. So people are intercepted by the Greek Coast Guard or Frontex, put on this life rafts that can be seen there, and drift back into Turkish waters. We received these reports of single events already since 2018, since our existence on the island. But since March 2020, however, this practice gained a new dimension and has recently been documented in the German media also. And we see this as the reason why the numbers of new arrivals on the Aegean Islands are close to zero now since March. And just 2 weeks ago, the omission of a rescue mission by the Greek Coast Guard or Frontex led to the death of a 6-year-old in front of the coast of Samos. But after this panel, there will be another panel on the pushbacks, so we don't go in further detail here. Yeah, and then also regarding the living conditions, the hotspot is built on an old military basis, which was built for 648 people, which you can see here in purple. And but the huge backlog in the asylum procedures soon led to the camp being overcrowded. Last winter, the number of residents went up to over 7,000 people, which is more than 10 times the actual capacity. The informal setting around the official camp is called the jungle, how Philipp already said. And when people arrive on Samos, they are left in the camp without any material support, like tents, mattresses, blankets, sheets, or pillows. And also the condition of the sanitary facilities are quite horrible. According to MSF, Médecins Sans Frontières, which are also present on Samos, in spring 2020, there was one toilet per 300 people, which is almost 10 times lower than the recommended minimum standards. The lack of the infrastructure in the camp, such as lighting and lockable sanitary facilities, enhance the risk of sexual assault and other forms of violence. The tension created by locking up thousands of traumatized people from different communities in overcrowded facilities was foreseeable, especially if this includes communities which might have been rivaling in their home country. With no actual system in place which is able to secure safety, it was also foreseeable that this tension resolves itself in violence. And this violence unravels itself often against the most vulnerable people, such as women, LGBTQI+ people, and minors. In fall 2019, the Council of Europe's Commissioner for Human Rights said the following on the situation on Samos. This no longer has anything to do with the reception of asylum seekers. This has become a struggle for survival. And at this point again, the camp has been overcrowded since a few months after the implementation of the hotspot system in 2016. Even if one would claim that these developments have not been foreseeable, they are visible and has been accepted for 4 years now. Apart from this, in terms of other assistance for the asylum seekers, one has to stress that, or one has to mention that the food, the difficulty of receiving food in the camp, the people have to wait around 2 hours for a meal, and people report us very often about the poor quality, insufficiently nutritious, and sometimes moldy food. Pregnant women were even recommended to not eat this food. And people receive only 1.5 liter of water per day per person. The Greek system additionally does not foresee any cash assistance for asylum seekers. Only UNHCR is currently taking care of this, and people receive 75 euros per month. And additionally to this very small amount of money, the asylum seekers are not able to discharge more than 20 euros in cash from these credits cards they receive, which should prevent them from maintaining the infrastructure which they set up themselves in the camp. But this practice, however, does not prevent the merchandise as such, but forces the means of payment to shift from monetary to other forms of compensation. In theory, asylum seekers are allowed to work while being in the procedure. However, as you might imagine, the chances of finding a job on an island is close to zero.
The access to health is also extremely difficult and extremely limited. There's between 1 and 3 doctors attending all the people in the camp, which were up to 7,000 in spring. And as you might imagine, it's therefore really difficult to be seen by a doctor. At times, people were sleeping in front of the doctor's office in order to get an appointment. And also their services are limited to just treating the most obvious emergencies. And even if people, even in urgent cases, the specialized treatment that is required is often not available. To give you one example, at the moment we are accompanying 10 people with chronic hepatitis B infections, which untreated is likely to cause liver cirrhosis, and that once that happens, it has really serious implications for your physical condition and also significantly reduces life expectancy. And these people have been diagnosed by the hospital, so they had the chance actually to go to the hospital and get a diagnosis already months ago, and they already show symptoms of having developed liver cirrhosis, and still the authorities do not react to this information. So the hospital even issued a paper stating that it's really urgent that these people being seen by a specialist. The specialist is unfortunately not available on the island, but nothing happened, and in some cases people are still on the island today, and the authorities know about their condition since last December, so over a year, and nothing has happened. And this is just one example. Next to this, there are cases of cancer, HIV, epilepsy, and other critical medical conditions that are not attended. And additional to these conditions, which are rather comparably easy to diagnose, many people suffer from psychological issues such as severe PTSD. High number of seemingly healthy people suffer from the aftermath of being survivors of torture, sexual and gender-based violence, human trafficking, or coming from war zones or other extremely violent environments. And the access to psychologists or psychiatrists is even more difficult, as there's most of the times only 2 of them available on the island. So none of these mental health issues are properly addressed. Then another point that we have been constantly raising over the 2 years that we've been on the island is that of the risk of fires. So long before Moria burned down, there have been always fire incidents, major fire incidents in all the hotspots, and also deaths occurred. Even like just on Samos, we had 5 major incidents in the last 13 months. And well, I just jump over them quickly, but each time several hundred people lost their shelter in fires. Among them 80 miners when the container, where there's a safe zone in the camp where the miners, the unaccompanied miners are based, and containers burned down where they were located. And only this month we already had 2 major fire incidents with one time 150 people, and on 11th of November 600 people losing their shelter. And each time it was only due to NGOs that asylum seekers were equipped with new tents. As Franzi mentioned before, people don't receive any material assistance when they arrive. And each time people were quickly sent back to build their tents up on the very same grounds. And it's obvious that these are not isolated incidents, but that it's just impossible to keep any fire safety measures in an entirely informal settlement that has grown around the official camp structure. Next to the living conditions, we also observe violations of people's procedural rights, and as already described initially, the hotspots serve the purpose of completing the special border procedure and to assess whether people can be deported to Turkey. And for those people who cannot be returned under the EU-Turkey deal, because Turkey is not a safe country for them, which is like the majority of the people, The asylum procedure follows, and in which the authorities, puts in simple terms, assess whether a person can be deported back to the home country or whether they are in need of international protection. Both decisions are taken based on an interview with the applicant in which they have the chance, the one-shot chance to give all the reasons for fleeing and why they could not be deported to Turkey. And the way these procedures are carried out has proven to be problematic in several terms. On the one hand, we stressed this already in the beginning, there's a lack of independent legal information. Most of the asylum seekers arriving on Samos have no clue about procedures, and they have the right to be informed, but the information sessions that are given last around 20 minutes. They take place immediately after their arrival, and when we talk to people, we soon recognize that they have very little understanding of the relevant concepts like the status of a refugee, family reunifications, what the EU-Turkey deal actually means, as well as the special rights that apply to vulnerable people. Another point is that there's a huge lack of legal representation. As mentioned before, the outcome of the asylum procedure is based mainly on what is said in this interview. And in order to be able to fully comprehend the consequences of that, so like errors or mistakes that occur during this interview cannot be corrected afterwards. And so it's really important to prepare people for these interviews and also to be able to see and talk to a lawyer. And that is just not possible because most of the time a maximum of 10 lawyers were present on the island. Yes. So, and then another point, and I will cut that short, is the duration of this fast-track border procedure. It was initially designed to last 28 days, but I think, yeah, I've never seen any case that complied with this deadline, but in contrast, we've seen people being stuck on the islands for months and even years, and some of the people that have their interviews right now, they arrived in January 2019, so you can imagine the duration this procedure is taking.
In regard to the family reunification procedure, the asylum seekers arriving in Greece have the right to be reunified with their members of the core family, which are already residing in other European countries. But the number of the rejected family reunification applications is very high, especially from Germany. And the rejection is often based on lacking documents to prove the family ties. It is, however, nearly impossible to get hold of an adequate substitute on Samos, like, for example, a certified DNA test. And yeah, this high number of rejection leaves a lot of asylum seekers being separated from their families for an unnecessarily long time. And the number of minors falsely documented as adults are additionally deprived from their right to be reunified with their families for an extremely long time. And this fact seems especially unnecessary as it would be such an obvious and logical way to reduce the numbers of the residents in the hotspot. To explain you quickly our work, as I said before, we see our project as a response in European solidarity to the aforementioned shortcomings. And we are on the island since spring 2018. And right now we are happy to say that we are financed by the Stiftung Zivile Seenotrettung, which also enabled us to hire a Greek lawyer since July 2020. Our daily work consists of several times a week holding a workshop in different languages. In these workshops we explain the asylum procedure in general, which its specifics in regard to the EU-Turkey deal, the vulnerabilities and the different preconditions to receive asylum. And in individual sessions we prepare the applicants for their asylum interview. We also assist the asylum seekers with their application for family reunification, and we explain the rights during the procedure, especially for the most vulnerable people like survivors of sexual and gender-based violence or LGBTQ+ persons.
I think we really have to hurry up to finish. Part of our work over the past year has also been to try to take cases to the European Court of Human Rights in an urgent procedure. So the European Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg, they can order interim measures in cases where they find a real risk of irreparable harm. We filed around 60 requests for interim measures to the court, and almost all of them were granted. They all address the living conditions in the camp and in regard to people with particular vulnerabilities, such as pregnant women, unaccompanied minors, people with chronic hepatitis B infections that I've talked about. And in case this request is granted, the court orders the Greek government to provide an adequate accommodation and medical treatment. And this has proven to be a rather useful tool in order to put pressure the authorities to provide appropriate accommodation or move people from the island.
In regard to the COVID-19 related lockdowns, the illegal pushbacks to Turkey, and a new, most likely to be closed camp being built on Samos, we saw the need to make our services available online as well. In spring 2020, members of the Refugee Law Clinic built the website ihaverights.eu. The one purpose of this website is the possibility to create the possibility for asylum seekers to reach us online if they would like to receive assistance for the applications for interim measures in front of the ECTHR. And the other purpose is to inform the non-legal professionals about the procedure as such and the outcome we succeeded. The digital availability of legal assistance, so-called legal tech, is more commonly known in the consumer rights sector, such as flight right, weniger Miete, etc. And we see the disadvantages of such services being available online, especially in the field of human rights. However, the question remains, what kind of suitable solution will there be in regard to asylum seekers being moved further and further away from the accessibility to civil society?
Kind of a cut off, and then we'll move to the Q&A later on with you guys,
Sorry.
as well as with Sally. So
I didn't see the signs.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. It was a tremendous presentation, and just a very, very short reflection in regards to working in the island of Samos. If you zoom out the map that you gave and you see all the other islands who are next to it, and you continue zooming out, you will find that Samos is a little tiny dot on the global map. And if you think about what's going on not only in the region, but in the north of Africa, and then if you move to Central and South America, as our previous panelist was talking, you will see basically that the whole planet is tainted with problems of migration, problems of asylum seekers, where race, culture, languages pose barriers, and on top of that, of course, politicians, human traffickers, and whatnot make things even harsher, worse, or even deadly for the people who are looking to have, a safer way of living. So it is quite important to zoom in just to understand the complexity, but at the same time, the hugeness or the size of the problem in one particular part of the planet, and then, of course, extrapolate to understand how daunting this problem is. Now we move to Sally. I just kind of reintroduce her once again. Besides being a freelance journalist, I'm proud to say that she's a member of our senior Journalist for Transparency Network, and is also a multi-award winner journalist, particularly from her country, Ireland, for having kind of continually reported and advocated for stories that have implicated and have caused even shockwaves within the United Nations human system. So Sally, thank you again. Thank you for the presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just timing myself so that I definitely don't go over. That was great, guys, and also very useful too in terms of what I'm going to talk about, which is North Africa, because they talked about the EU-Turkey deal, which was kind of the original prototype for what's now also happening in the central Mediterranean. So like they spoke about, you know, this policy is basically about making sure that people don't reach Europe. So there's been a lot of pressure in Europe to stop migration, to stop people from arriving. And that's kind of involved slight gymnastics on the part of Europe in terms of what it can and can't do and what violates international law. I'm going to speak about Libya and particularly migrant detention centres, which is what I've been reporting on for the last 2.5 years. So what happens for people who don't know is that Libya has long been a destination or kind of a launching pad for refugees and migrants from all over Africa. So people escaping, you know, war in Somalia, dictatorship in Eritrea, Boko Haram in Nigeria, or potentially economic problems as well, like crushing poverty, will head for Libya and try and cross the Mediterranean from there and reach Europe. And so what the EU has been doing, because it would violate international law to actually stop boats themselves and return people to Libya, what they do is support the Libyan Coast Guard, who are kind of a slightly ragtag collection of people, some of whom used to be smugglers, this has been proven, who are now being supported to intercept these boats and bring people back to Libya. So my reporting has specifically focused on what's happening to the tens of thousands of people who have been intercepted over the past 3 years, who have been brought back to Libya. And if you speak to European politicians or even Frontex, the border agency who I talked to last week, they'll say like they don't have oversight because Libya is a sovereign country, even though it's a country at war, you know, it's a country with multiple governments. They'll say that they don't have oversight. So my reporting has completely focused on, I'm going to find out what is happening to the people who get sent back as a direct result of EU policy. Yeah, I wanted to say, so I believe Tatiana mentioned it at the start, I wanted to show you photos that I've been sent of like refugees in detention centres send me photos that they want people to see to show what is happening to them. I've been told it's not appropriate for this conference, so I'm going to ask you to just imagine what I'm talking about. But I do want to give a warning that I'm going to talk about some upsetting incidents, particularly like related to murder, torture, so just so people are aware. But yeah, for me, I think it's important that Europeans know about this. Like, I think that we need to know what's being done in our name, what's been done by our politicians, and what's been done as a result of our policy. So the first detention center that contacted me, people were in one called Abu Salim, or it was called Ain Zara, and then they got moved to Abu Salim. It was 500 people who were in a war zone. They'd been abandoned by guards. It was men, women, and children. They were absolutely terrified. They didn't know what was going to happen to them. And there was literally no oversight. No aid organizations could get to them. These were all people who had tried to cross to Europe and been forced back. And that was the first group. And I stayed in touch with them for like a long time. And we're actually going to hear from one of the guys who was there tomorrow. So I'm not going to go too much into that. Then there was Trikasika, another detention center, which was basically the headquarters of DCIM. So these detention centers are affiliated with the Libyan government, the GNA Tripoli-based government, and effectively they're run by militias, but you know technically they're affiliated with it. So so this one was actually the official or unofficial, depending on who you talk to, headquarters. And I got sent information that one of the detainees there set himself on fire because he wasn't able to be evacuated. He believed that he had no way of getting out of the country. And at the time, there was a tuberculosis outbreak. So there are a lot of, like all the men there, like hundreds of men were locked in what is essentially a cage. They weren't being given fresh air. There was tuberculosis. People weren't getting medicine. They were worried that they were all going to die of this TB anyway. And again, it was a situation where they managed to get the information out, but help didn't come. And yeah, you can see like the fact that happened there was, it just shows you how like nowhere is safe. And what was happening was refugees, they're getting returned, and certainly at the time, were getting locked up indefinitely. So there's no way to get out unless you get approved for evacuation, for legal evacuation through the UN. And that the chances of that happening are really minuscule. Because there aren't enough spaces. And again, this is an argument that we hear, so, people should take legal routes. But the fact is that because European or North African countries aren't offering enough spaces, it means that the legal routes just don't exist for most people. So there isn't a way for you to get out legally. And of course, everybody certainly that I speak to, they'd rather have a legal route to safety. They don't want to be trying to cross the sea. Trying to cross the sea is the last resort. There's another detention center called COMS. That was one where we documented people. So when they get caught by the Coast Guard, they get brought back, and COMS, which I'm pronouncing wrong, but it's it's, you know what I mean. It's on the coast, and so refugees are brought directly there when they're caught on the sea. And we actually, because I was in touch with them when these refugees were sent back, they were saying, we're terrified, we think we're going to be sent back to traffickers. So one thing that happens is that the management or the guards will actually sell them back to human traffickers, and then they'll be held for ransom again until their families can raise money and they can be sent out to sea. So that was a place where I was updating live as they were saying, please help us, we need someone to come and do something because they're going to sell us back to traffickers. And eventually, dozens of people were sent back to traffickers. And this was, again, a situation that you can just see, how impossible it is to get anyone to intervene, yet we know what's going on. There was then a war broke out, so April 2019, Haftar in the east, Khalifa Haftar, who's general, tried to attack Tripoli. And of course, the migrant detention centers are also military bases in almost all cases because they're being effectively run by militias. And so they are also sites where weapons were being stored. And they were also sites, in many cases, where migrants were actually being forcibly recruited as well. And in this case, Kasr bin Gashir, a militia attacked the detention center. We're not sure exactly why, but people who were there who I spoke to said that they felt that the militia basically wanted to use it as a military base without the migrants inside it. So they attacked it and killed several people, and we don't even know exactly how many died. And you can see, for a lot of these incidents, in that case, Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, I think both called for it to be investigated as a war crime, but because there are incidents just developing again and again, so much is happening, the investigations don't happen. Then there's a detention center called Zintan. This was, again, hundreds of refugees who had been forced back from the sea, were locked up there, and this was out of Tripoli. And it was very hard to reach for aid organizations. And at one stage, people started dying there, probably one person every 2 weeks was dying. So 23 people died over a period of less than a year. And again, it was a situation where you're trying to get help. I knew that the deaths were escalating. I was contacting every humanitarian organization. Nobody was helping them. And one woman that I interviewed, both her son and her husband died inside the detention center. Certainly her son, it was believed to be appendicitis. He could have been saved, and she was calling for days for him to be helped. But that wasn't, it just didn't happen. And then there was Tajura, which is probably the one, if anybody's been following this, it would be the one that you did hear about, which was a migrant detention center bombing in eastern Tripoli. And again, this was very predictable. The migrants and refugees inside the center were literally saying, we're going to be targeted. This is going to happen. Please move us. You have to move us. There was a minor attack in May. And then in July, there was a bombing there, and at least 53 migrants and refugees died who had been locked up, and they were being held again beside weapons. So again, it was completely preventable. And both sides were blamed because Haftar's forces may have been behind the actual bombing, but they said that this is a military base, and the refugees were saying, well, we're being held as human shields effectively by forces aligned with the government. So again, like the problems about accountability are quite complex. So in terms of my reporting, I mean, I've been trying to just document this as best I could and trying to make sure that people are actually listening, like actually understanding what happens. And as I said, like this is all happening because of European policy. Like these are the consequences of European policy. So if we have these policies, we need to also analyze the effects of them. And I think it's something to bear in mind, like when you hear, you know, rhetoric saying things like, well, we save lives at sea by supporting the Libyan Coast Guard. Like you also need to question what happens when people are brought back to a country where they are seen as, you know, human cargo. They are seen as things to be exploited, like not even people, like just, you know, like, you know, cargo. And also then, you know, there's constant wars, there are militias, and there's a question of whether the EU is effectively empowering the militias by spending this money. Then in terms of accountability, another thing that I reported on that actually relates to my work with Roberto, because it was funded by Journalists for Transparency. I went to Ethiopia for all of October. So sorry if I haven't explained it very clearly, but the way that smuggling works, that people will come to Libya and they essentially pay, like they might pay money before they go, but then once they get there, they can be held for ransom, tortured, and made to pay more and more and more. So it's not really like, it's not just smuggling, like you make an agreement and then you pay what you said you would. You get stuck in this cycle that's like very, you know, expensive and aggressive and exploitative. And I found out that 2 of the smugglers, who are very well known, who were sending people out to sea, were arrested in Ethiopia. So I actually met a guy, a victim of one of the smugglers, who's an Ethiopian, and he didn't manage to make it to Europe. He had tried, but he got sent back to Addis Ababa, like the capital of Ethiopia. And one day he was in the street last February. He saw his smuggler in the street, and he like very bravely ran over to the police and was like, "You have to arrest that guy. Like he's a really big human smuggler." And they did arrest him. And it ended up with 2 smugglers in prison. So one called Kadani, one called Walid, who are both very well known. And between them, according to victims, I mean, it's very hard to estimate, but it's believed that they could have brought as many as 30,000 people through Libya, or held 30,000 people for ransom. And many of them would have crossed the sea because they were working for years. But the problem was that after the Libyan Coast Guard began to be funded by the EU, because there was basically no escape, there was no way for the refugees to cross to Europe, or it became a lot harder. The smugglers began to hold them for longer and longer and charge more and more ransom and make them pay again, sell them between each other. And yeah, these 2 guys were like very guilty of that. So anyway, I ended up in Addis in a courtroom. I went to 7 hearings, I think, watching victims go up and testify against these 2 men, and they were incredibly brave. Like I can't even imagine you doing that, like going into a courtroom and talking about what these people have done to you. And the part that I found very surprising about it was that there was basically nobody, there were no international observers from what I could see in the room. Like it was just me and my translator who were attending the trials. And for me that just seemed quite shocking, because I was thinking like all the rhetoric from the EU, when you listen to them talk, they say saving lives and tackling smugglers, or saving lives and stopping smugglers. But the fact that these smugglers were arrested, the victims who were testifying say that they feel like their lives could be in danger. Like they want to testify anyway, but they don't know what's going to happen to them afterwards. And they're surprised that there's not international support as well, that like there's been no international interest. And I mean, at the moment, most of them still have faith in the Ethiopian system, but like there are, the two men are trying to bribe everybody basically, according to the prosecutors, the Ethiopian prosecutors. So they're trying to get out of prison. They were even trying to bribe the witnesses literally right before the court hearing, like offering them more money than they had paid in total for ransoms. And again, I just thought that highlights that, I think it's important that people look at the rhetoric that they're being told, the reasons that they're being told that certain policies exist, and then also question, is it victim-centric? Are we actually supporting the actual victims in this, the people who are most vulnerable? And the problem with the interceptions at sea is that when refugees try to cross, they are sent back and they get caught in this cycle. So they're trapped between detention centers, then back with smugglers, then try to go to sea, then back to detention centers, then to smugglers. And it means that there's now no way out. Like without a massive increase in legal routes, there's just no way out of the system. And I thought there's other people that would definitely talk about search and rescue a lot better, but it's worth also saying that the EU is both flying aircraft to spot where the boats are, which they then can send to the Libyan Coast Guard. And they've now also signed a deal, or multiple deals, for €100 million to fly drones as well. So there'll be drones looking out for refugee boats to send them back. So that's pretty much, I think I actually finished 2 minutes early, but that's all I have to say.
I think that, the three of you, we could just go on and on and on and on. One thing that that makes me feel so proud to be here on this panel with you is that, it's because you are young, you are from kind of the younger generation segment I could mention. And I want to ask a question to the three of you in no particular order. What did motivate you to get into this initially? How did it happen? Maybe you were in university. I won't tell the story for you, Sally, but anybody who could tell us, how did you get into this?
I think it was this, in this specific context, this project, but I think to really start also working on it on a longer run, as we try to point out that we kind of, on the one hand it's hard to believe, especially I think maybe even for law students, it's maybe even more difficult to see this huge discrepancy between what is the law and what is the reality. And it's like in contrast to Libya, we have this happening on European soil, and I think that's kind of, there's like a crack, but maybe this caused a bit of a crack in this belief in this universality, or this idea of universal human rights that we always in Europe, it's part of how we always portray ourselves and the values that we always talk about, European values, human rights, unconditional for everybody, but then you see that it's just not true and it's just a lie, and that we live with this every day. And at the same time, knowing that as a European citizen, this happens, as Sally mentioned several times, it happens in our names. So we're part of the society that keeps these situations alive. So I think that's the main point.
Thank you. Franziska, maybe you would like to add something?
Yeah, maybe also I agree with what Philipp said, and also additionally maybe like that I see it as a responsibility as a person that had the luck and the privilege to grow up in Europe, to be born in Europe, to grow up in Europe, to my whole life only benefit from the European structure. And when on the same side, on the same level like this, Europe creates such structure of deterrence at the outer border, I see it as my responsibility also to not just look at it and feel sorry about the people, but to kind of act on it.
For me, I mean, it's kind of strange when you're working as a journalist, because I don't think that most people, like, you don't decide exactly what you'll focus on. A lot of it is about you do one story and then people start contacting you and then more people contact you. And I started working on Libyan migrant detention centers because I had actually done reporting in Sudan, and I had met a lot of refugees who were traveling from Sudan, and that they were from Eritrea, so Eritreans who came to Sudan looking for safety and basically had been stuck in a situation where they were being exploited. Like, the police would arrest them constantly, women were being sexually harassed a lot, and I actually ended up reporting, again for Journalists for Transparency, about allegations of corruption in the UN Refugee Agency. So one of the big problems there was that refugees didn't trust in UNHCR. They said that staff were asking for bribes, that they were demanding tens of thousands of dollars to be resettled to safe countries. And we did an investigation. I mean, I did it with funding from you guys, and a UN investigation was launched, and it actually ended up with one staff member being found guilty of abusing power and soliciting bribes from refugees. I mean, refugees dare say that more people are guilty, but that was the finding of the internal investigation. But I think that showed that, you know, we have these arguments of like, well, why don't they just go to a safe country? But actually, if you're a refugee with no, you know, you have no documents necessarily, or you have no feeling of security, and the agency that you are, you know, counting on that's mandated to protect you, you don't have faith in it, of course you're then going to keep moving on because you're trying to find a country where you can feel secure. And that was, I reported on that, and a lot of the refugees in Sudan knew my reporting as a result of it. And when this war broke out in Zara, or in Tripoli, but in the Ain Zara detention center, one of the guys asked his brother, who was in Sudan, who he could contact, because they hadn't spoken to a journalist before. And the brother said, apparently, you should contact Sally Hayden. So that was, I just got a message from a guy saying, I'm a refugee in a Libyan prison, like, can you tell people our story? So yeah, I don't think it's necessarily a choice, but of course, you know, I'm always surprised. Like, people ask me that, and I'm like, why aren't more people listening? You know, like, why aren't more people doing this type of work? Because it's very easy for Europeans to just look away. Like, it's easy for them to be comfortable and just not pay attention, but I think that we should all be paying attention.
Yeah, well, thanks a lot. Going back to you, I mean, when you were describing how things are, sorry for that, in the island, it was very hard for me to picture exactly how those, for the lack of a better word, how those kind of, if there even exist, some kind of a governance structure. I mean, who is actually on top of it? If it's the government of Greece, who's below? How does that make sense? Where does the UN come in? Where does other big NGOs come in? Or is it just a chaos where everybody's trying to do something? How is it? How could you explain it to the audience? How does that look in the ground?
I would say it's a very well orchestrated chaos, or like it's, yeah, I mean, the authorities are there, and I mean the reception facility is managed by a Greek authority, the reception and identification center, and then there's the Greek asylum service. And so the basic infrastructure in order to implement this EU-Turkey deal is there. The problem is that it just doesn't work, or it never really worked the way that it was intended. But I mean, and that's, so there was also never, after 2016 that this was put in place, there was never a reaction to that. Like, the camp facilities were never increased. There was never really an attempt to address this constant overburdened and overwhelmed authorities. And of course, I think it's, then there are many NGOs, or increasingly more NGOs. I mean, UNHCR is taking part of the work from the government by providing housing. But I mean, also it depends a lot of it depends on the work of NGOs, like as Franzi mentioned, MSF is providing, and another NGO, Mediquality Team, they are providing essential health services, and that's providing people with medication and that the others would, like, they would just not get it. And the authorities, they have started to rely on this supply by NGOs. The same when the fire happened, like nobody was given a tent or mattress or sheet. Also when they arrived, they're not given anything, but if they're lucky, there are some NGOs that provide some of it, or otherwise they have to buy it if they have some resources, or people sleep outside for several days. That also happens quite often. So I think it's a strange interplay of NGOs and the state authorities, but I think it's also pretty obvious that it's also within Greece, there's this dynamics between the central government in Athens leaving the local authorities also really alone with this problem, but at the same time, it's Europe leaving Greece entirely alone with this problem. So it's kind of a lack of responsibility also, I would say.
Yeah, and this also makes it quite difficult to address an actor responsible, because it's a lot of finger pointing. The Greek government says, okay, this is brought to us by European policy. The Europeans say, okay, we would like to give them more money to build new camp structures or whatever, but they don't, Greece doesn't accept it because they run it. Then there's UNHCR, which the role is quite unsure, and everyone is saying, okay, why does UNHCR does not do more? They say we cannot do more because our mandate is limited, and it's just a lot of finger pointing secured by regulations like the Dublin regulations, and now also maybe the new pact of migration and so on. So it's very hard to grasp.
Maybe just to add to that, at the same time, that's why for like in our view, it's really a political decision that the situation is as it is, and it's not just a lack or like this, like it's, in my view, it's really a decision that is taken in Europe, because like the Central European countries as Germany are kind of profiting from the situation, from this, that, I mean, when the German Minister of the Interior says that we are not going to evacuate anybody because we are waiting for a European solution, but everybody knows, everybody knows that this European solution will not come, and the true, like, European member states will never agree on a mechanism to distribute migrants. And so, I mean, saying that we are waiting for a European solution is essentially saying that we will leave the situation as it is because for us it's fine.
Right, which is pretty pessimistic, to say the least. And I work in an NGO, and we're always sort of faced with this dilemma that it's not particularly to the work that we do, perhaps. It's more for the aid and humanitarian NGOs that once, we step in, the government say, okay, these guys are taking care of it. I can just kind of, turn a blind eye, and they will kind of clean up the mess that I created or that was created in my backyard. I mean, how much do you that see? Because, I mean, even with the greatest of the intentions of the NGOs, their resources are limited, their capacity to act or to take decisions may be constrained by the governments themselves. So how do you see that happening in the island?
Well, I'd say we are a good example of that, maybe, because of course our approach is also really limited. I mean, and we are also aware that we are filling a gap that shouldn't be there. There should be free legal information out there and assistance and representations for all of them, and of course, the situation should be a different one. And of course, you're always, I think all the NGOs are in this kind of difficult area of, on the one hand, trying to really react to the situation and trying to provide assistance. And at the same time, you become part of a system, or you become kind of, the system starts to rely on these actions or the service that you provide. And I think, it's like for us, it's also always a huge discussion, like in how far we are we really fighting to abandon the whole system, or are we somehow just making it a little nicer? So.
Right, thanks a lot. And in your case, Ali, I mean, I know that you have been sort of deeply involved in dealing with the United Nations Human Rights Commission. But how do you see this same scenario happening in the places where you have been? I mean, do you have, once again, a wide array of factors, pointing fingers, being negligent, you know, passing the ball to others, or do you see an absolute vacuum? What do you see there?
Yeah, it's an interesting question because there are a lot of NGOs working in Libya, but I mean, so one example I'll give is I was trying a lot to measure how many people were dying in detention centers. So I get a lot of reports of people dying from, you know, medical neglect or from various other kind of illnesses or for other reasons, like even just the way that the whole thing is set up. Like one man died in what was thought to be an electrical fire. But I've gone around pretty much everybody asking who measures that. Like I asked the EU, they said it's not their responsibility. I asked the UN, they said it's not their responsibility. And yeah, the Libyan government, I mean, they also said, they didn't say it's not their responsibility, they just said they'd look into it when I asked a representative. But they're also not measuring it because they don't have, like, they don't even have a registration system for who's in which detention center. And so, yeah, I think on some things there are NGOs that are providing certain services, but because there's basically no oversight, like there's no real oversight, and like I said, there's no one measuring the real consequences of what is happening.
Right, so even more daunting that I could have thought since the beginning. But yet, I mean, your work has focused a lot on the UN because of corruption with the people who are there that are supposed to assist the refugee seekers, and actually they are profiting from them. What did you discover when you were investigating that?
Well, yeah, that was, I mean, I reported on corruption in the UN in Sudan, and like I said, there was an internal investigation, and they found one staff member definitely guilty of abusing power and soliciting bribes from refugees. In Libya, the allegation, I mean, there have been allegations of corruption, but the bigger allegation is because the UN takes EU funding, that the UN is effectively whitewashing the impacts of the EU policy. And so there have been like a lot of situations where there'll be UN statements, like UN, I'm speaking mainly about UNHCR, the refugee agency, and then occasionally IOM, where there'll be allegations that they're essentially making the situation seem like it's a lot better than it is. For example, like when refugees are moved from one detention center to another, they've released statements saying things like they've been moved out of harm's way, which actually isn't, you know, it isn't really a reflection of what is actually happening. So I think in Libya, that would be a much bigger allegation.
Right. Well, kind of all things seem to point to the European Union, which of course is not a monolithic structure. It is composed of all the member countries and of course of different political beliefs, from the center left, and worryingly, increasingly to center right, to the extreme right. So these make actually, sadly make sort of the future potentially far more worrying that we may imagine. But then again, you said it, not in our name. The EU and our governments, or your governments, to be clearer, shouldn't be doing it on your names. What is it that people watching us, students, journalists, and anybody else who is right now underneath could do? I mean, how do they reach you? What else could they go? What could they read? I mean, what recommendations you could do? Because it is indeed, if people do not use the power of information that is there and the power of mobilization that is available here, nothing will change. What would be your kind of key recommendations as your last comments in this session?
I would say don't be fooled, and yeah, there's this German saying, aus den Augen, aus dem Sinn, so out of the sight, out of the mind, and yeah, keep talking about it, keep looking at the policies, and discuss it with your, I don't know, friends and family, and yeah, make it a subject still, although you might not see it in Germany, in Berlin anymore. And I think this is an easy step which can be done and which may have an impact already.
Well, and I think my point fits perfectly to that, and also what you said in your introduction. I think it's also really a question how we react to these people. Like, how do we see them? And I think you pointed out really well that if somebody comes with a visa, it's an expat, and if somebody comes because they need protection or they had to flee their country, it's a migrant or asylum seeker. And we don't see these people as human beings, as equal. And I think that's something that is really lacking also in the whole, and that's why I think it's super important that journalists are reporting on the situation, but also to meet people and to interact with them and to really try to always keep in mind that, just that it's not a mass of people, but these are all individual people that have their stories, and they have lived their lives just as we did until something happened in their life which made them leave. And I think that could change a lot and could change also this huge shift in European politics towards the right that we're facing.
Very wise words. I mean, they were living their lives until something shattered their lives. Sally?
I mean, for me, like, I guess I'm a journalist, I'm not an activist, you know, it's not, I always feel like it's not my role to kind of get so involved in advocacy, except that I feel like my duty is to report what's going on, like, and also to make sure that there isn't a situation where people can say that they didn't know about this. And I guess for anybody else watching, like, just inform yourself. Like, there's so much reporting out there, and I know my reporting gets dismissed sometimes. People will be like, oh, but we all knew about this, but actually, like, journalists are working so hard to get this information out, and refugees are working so hard to get this information out. And I think people have a duty to make sure that they're listening.
Oh, thanks a lot. We have 15 minutes more, I understand, from, kind of more 10-ish, more or less, and somebody's raising the hand.
Yes, is this working? I wanted to ask a question to Sally, because I think that, we usually at the Disruption Lab, we are trying to understand different phases of a problem, and we also ask ourselves why certain things are happening. So we are now speaking about the detention centers and the terrible condition the people are in, and torture and dehumanizing situation. But I wanted to try to discuss with you more what are the interest here, why certain things are legitimated, what is the economical interest that make possible that detention centers are functioning in this way, and even the route of migration are working in this way. So we mentioned the accountability and the responsibility of Europe, but I think these systemic structures are much bigger. So I also wanted to understand from you who has to be held responsible, especially understanding what are these interests behind all these discussion that we are having.
Yeah, it's a good question, and it is something that like me and also better journalists than me have been reporting on. Like I said, the detention centers, there's a lot of migration basically is big business in Libya. You know, there's like a lot of ways to make money off migrants. By ransoming them, like we said, by selling them back to traffickers in the detention centers. I mean, a lot of refugees will say, for example, that when aid is delivered, that the guards in the detention centers in some situations will just take it straight away again. They don't know where it goes, but potentially it's being sold, or, you know, it's being sent off somewhere else. Like forced labor, like there's a lot of, again, in detention centers, migrants will be used as, or refugees will be used as forced labor, so sent out to work on farms, sent out to work in the houses of rich Libyans, forcibly recruited as fighters. And I've actually interviewed refugees who have said that they like going out to do this work because, like, for example, in Trikasika, when there was a tuberculosis outbreak, it meant they actually get fresh air. But of course, that's terrible, you know, like they shouldn't be in a situation where they're desperate to do forced labor. And then there's been a lot of reporting. I mean, obviously more needs to be done to look into this, but in terms of like who is being awarded contracts, like there are, militia leaders have been awarded contracts for things like catering, which means that they're having an opportunity to get money out of this. There was a big scandal around the what was called the Gathering and Departure Facility, which was UNHCR supported or run centre. It was meant to be an alternative to detention, where refugees were brought when they were taken out of, when they were going to be evacuated, essentially. But it was built, it was kind of controlled by militia fighters, like certainly on the outside. Like I interviewed refugees who were forced to labour in there. They said that that things like military training were going on in there, and that was funded partly by the EU and then eventually closed down, or at the moment I think it's still not operative, but I know that it stopped operating last January, I think. And so, yeah, like I think that more reporting needs to be done on this, because obviously there's like the different detention centres are being run by different militias, which makes it quite hard to have an oversight. But yeah, there's like a lot of ways to make money.
Thank you. So do we have time to open up questions from the audience? Which I really thank you for standing there and your patience. I don't know exactly how this works, so you can tell me.
So there were quite a lot of questions also from the audience in the chat. Some have already been answered in between, but there's one question which is a bit also about the relation between your work. So how important is reporting on the situation in the home countries and on these flight routes for the legal team? And how is information made available in order to be used for asylum procedures? So is there a working relation between journalists and lawyers on the topic?
That's a question for Philipp and Franziska, I believe.
And how far we inform people about, can you repeat the first part of the question?
Please.
So if you have a working relationship with journalists as well in your work, and how this information is shared between you and used in asylum procedures?
I mean, the touches upon different parts. I mean, with regard to reporting about the situation in Europe and drawing attention to the situation, we try to work with journalists, and there are always journalists coming and going to the island. In regard to the asylum procedures, I would say not really. I mean, the information about the home country, I mean, it's the people, they have to tell their stories anyway, so there's not a much need to have journalists be part of that.
Yeah, and also the situation on Samos doesn't count for the asylum procedure. No, but also I think we take advantage of reports, especially in our work with the interim measures, because, I mean, when we as the Refugee Law Clinic Berlin on Samos claim that the situation is like this and this is the one thing, but if there are reports and articles about the situation, then we can use this as proof, and it's more commonly known and then also seen. I guess I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, and maybe also in the asylum procedure, of course you can rely on reporting of journalists, and sometimes this can be helpful if the authorities are not really aware of the situation in a country or in a country they might have passed, and your story otherwise just, and this happens actually often, that it just sounds a bit too crazy, so you get this answer from authorities. But I mean, that in these kind of circumstances, of course, independent journalism and reporting is super helpful.
Okay, so we have 5 more minutes, so let's try to sort of honor all the questions that we have. Potentially afterwards, I don't know, Tatiana, if you do this, maybe you can write up the questions, and perhaps Sally, Franziska, and Philipp can, answer them and give them back to you, so you can respond to the viewers, because I'm sure that many of them really want to know.
Yeah, I mean, here we have also the speakers, they could also ask questions.
Yeah, there's another question, which is also a very broad one, actually, from the audience. So somebody made the comment that there's actually been a number of studies done, also in the US, about how refugees and immigrants more generally actually greatly boost the economy. But of course, unfortunately, some politicians currently are framing the issue very differently. So could you share any thoughts of what you think could be done to make a shift in another direction here?
I mean, I would agree with the statement. And actually, we had this study from the Bertelsmann Foundation, also in Germany, that had a pretty similar result. And that's a bit like the last point that I tried to make. I think we also need to rethink the whole issue of migration. And as long as we only see them like people as a threat, that could take away something, and we completely miss the part how enriching it can be for society, also not only economically. Then I think that would change a lot, and I think it needs kind of a shift in the mindset in Europe.
Although one has to say that this only seeing migrations as an economic advantage is also not a preferred way of portrayal that should be preferred, but seeing them just as human beings would do already good, I think.
Yeah. So we have questions here as well. We got one in the back, 2, 3. We have 2 questions, so let's go quickly because we're running out of time. Let's keep the answers short and snappy. Please.
Perhaps this is a question to Sally more. I was wondering whether you would agree to say that the disaster that the Libyan sort of situation is kind of proves the point that this idea that you can externalize border protection is undoable, even in terms of, even with like the very cynical view of trying to model it in a way that that doesn't care about the people, but simply wants to restrict legal obligations of European countries, and that it's only possible in Libya because of the situation, the very peculiar situation of that country. Would you agree with that?
I answer now. Yeah, I mean, normally when I talk about this, because I'm mainly in touch with refugees who are from other countries, I talk about them, but of course, like, I always myself as well need to remember to say that Libyans are suffering too. Like, Libyans are suffering so much, that country has been through so much, and I actually was on a refugee rescue boat last Christmas, and 32 Libyans were rescued by the boat, and they were fleeing militias. Like, they all said that they were fleeing militias, and yeah, there is a big question about what role the EU is playing in terms of like empowering militias in Libya that are then making Libya unlivable for Libyans. And like, yeah, I think that there may be a lot more Libyans trying to flee as well.
Right, we have one more question on the very back.
Yes, hi. It's probably more a comment. I think we need something like Fridays for Future for the migration refugee thing that is happening, because if there are these islands in front of Greece, there is Libya, there are millions and millions of people that flee, and they don't want to go to Europe because they are interested in Europe culture, or they want to see the Alps or anything, but they flee their own country because they are in danger of death and like severe things. So if we don't change this situation, it's never going to get any better. We cannot have all the people of South America and Africa that are feeling bad move to Europe. It will not change. So there has to be a whole change of the whole thing. But we are also responsible because the German wealth or the European wealth is happening because of this, or it's involved together. You know, we eat meat that is because of the soy, and because of the soy, the Amazon is burned down, and because it's burned down, the people have to go. So it's a whole circle. And if we don't end this whole circle, it will never end, I think.
Yeah, thank you for that. Maybe we have time for one last question coming from the audience. Hope we could have all night here, but we can't.
Maybe a nice question also to end with, if you could say something about what you think that we can do to make the EU more accountable in this situation.
Legally or morally?
Any way possible.
What we can do to make them more accountable. I mean, we try. Yes, well, if we had the answer to the question, we would be doing it.
Maybe it's a difficult question, but maybe also ourselves feel accountable, and because we are Europe, and if we don't feel accountable, then and demand it from our politicians, then it doesn't do any difference.
I mean, like I said, I'm not an activist. I'm just trying to report. But I do think again that the whole system is deliberately opaque, and I do think again it stops with Europeans themselves. Then there are member states. Like when I talk to EU politicians, they say, "Well, we have no power. You know, it's the member states that make the decisions." And I just think on every level there needs to be accountability. But I mean, I'm obviously a big believer in journalism. I think there needs to be awareness to be accountability, and so we just need to keep documenting what's happening, and people need to keep informing themselves and then calling for answers.
I mean, from my side, of course, I mean, there is an European Parliament, and the Europeans vote for the parliamentarians. So get involved, check out who's actually supposed to be representing you. And from there on, you can actually start exerting certain amount of power. You know, democracies and voting systems are not perfect, but they are the least imperfect thing that we have around to make politicians accountable. So I guess that we have come to an end. I thank once again Tatiana and all the crew at the Disruption Lab. It was a privilege for me to be here. It's an excellent occasion, and I'm really happy to have met you, Franziska and Philipp. Hopefully we can stay in touch. And Sally, it's a pleasure to be in contact with you once again and see you once again. And to the audience here and the audience in the virtual setting, and trying to move to the next session. Thank you very much. I'm Roberto Perez-Rocha. It has been an honor for me being here.
So I need the microphone. Yes, so I really wanted to thank you for this session, and thanks to all the speakers that were here and for the moderation. And I would like to say to the audience that is following us online that now we do 45 minutes break, and we will come back with the next panel that is about illegal pushbacks and border violence. At the same time, for the COVID regulation, we will ask the speakers to leave the room, and we are back in 45 minutes when we will all breathe fresh air in this room. Thank you.
zeigt die Festnahme eines spanischen Reporters. Manche werden bis zu 9 Stunden festgehalten. Am Ende viele hundert Menschen. Zeigt die Festnahme ein. Er zeigt die Festnahme eines spanischen Reporters. Vom Lager in Idomeni machen sie sich am Montagmittag
Hello, everybody. We are back live from the Studio 1 of Kunstquartier Bethanien. I'm Tatiana Bazzichelli, the director of the Disruption Network Club, and here we have with us really great speakers today that will speak about a very important topics in the context of border violence and migration. And today, in this panel, we are covering the discourse of illegal pushbacks and border violence. Together with me, I have as moderator Likita Banerjee, that she then is going then to introduce the speakers. She is a human rights and technology researcher at Amnesty International. She is involved in researching surveillance, freedom of expression, and discrimination as a result of technologies. She has extensively studied online hate speech and disinformation against women and minority population in India. And previously, she also researched and exposed challenges faced by human rights defenders in India and work extensively on hate crimes. So thank you a lot, Likita, for being here, and thank you the speakers that are with us, and I leave to you the honor to introduce them. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatiana, for the amazing introduction, and to you and the team at Disruption Lab for organizing this amazing event and panel today, especially safely and in person, given COVID. So congratulations to you and your team for putting up such an amazing event. Today, this panel is going to be talking about and highlighting their work on the cases of illegal pushbacks and violent border expulsions that radically impact the lives of migrants. By way of introducing the issue, in September 2020, the Border Violence Monitoring Network documented 40 cases of pushbacks along the Balkan route and in Greece. These pushbacks are a systemic consequence of EU's policy to limit access to asylum in EU countries. As a consequence, they've been carried out extensively at EU's external and as well as internal borders. And these include along the Western Balkans, Greece, Poland, Spain, Italy, France, and Switzerland. In carrying out these pushbacks, EU police forces and border authorities often subject migrants and refugees to the most gruesome forms of physical and other forms of repression. Politically, these pushbacks have been legitimized by the EU member states and institutions. Legally, they remain unsanctioned. One of the reasons is that they are very difficult to document due to extensive physical and digital surveillance along these fault lines. Today, I'm happy and very honored to be a part of this panel and moderating an incredible lineup of speakers who amongst themselves hold many hats amongst litigators, researchers, filmmakers, journalists, artists, and researchers. We have with us, to my left, Hannah Hakiki, who is a legal advisor at the European Center for Constitutional and Human Rights, or ECCHR for short, and specific their migration program. Hannah's been working on border rights since 2014 with a focus on litigating pushbacks at international courts. She's been a Bertha Justice Fellow since 2015, and she's a qualified solicitor in the United Kingdom, which is specialized in litigating state violence, detention, and institutional racism. She's graduated in law from the University of Cambridge and also holds a degree in French law and a maîtrise in comparative law from the University of Paris, 12e. To her left is Nicole Fogel, who's a filmmaker and reporter. She was born in Switzerland. Nicole's been working as a journalist and a reporter for several programs for the Swiss television, SRF for short. In 2010, she enrolled at the Film Academy Baden-Württemberg to study documentary filmmaking. Here she directed her first documentary called Mrs. Loosely, which was swiftly awarded at Vision d'Orel in 2013. Her essay film, Nebel, premiered at the 2014 Berlinale and was shown on various international film festivals. With her crew, she has documented on Swiss television several cases of police pushback at the Croatian borders, in which Croatian police expelled 70 migrants, and they were mainly hailing from countries including Afghanistan, Algeria, Pakistan, and they pushed them from Croatia into Bosnian territory. And finally, we have Dimitra Andritsu, who is part of Forensic Architecture's Borders program. She's an architectural researcher at the Forensic Architecture since October 2019. Dimitra has graduated from the School of Architecture at Aristotle University in Thessaloniki in 2017. And in 2019, she completed her distinction in the MA in Research Architecture at Goldsmiths University in London. Her work at the Center for Research Architecture revolved around spatial boundaries of migration, bordering, and focusing on reiterative emergence of fire at migrant encampments in Greece. A few housekeeping points before we begin. Today's panel will give each of the speakers a chance to present their amazing research for 20 minutes. We'll start with Hannah, we'll go on to Nicole, and then finally to Dimitra. Request you to please stick to the 20 minutes so that we have enough time for questions and answers. Since we're recording the event, also request you to speak closer to the mic. Following the presentations, we'll have 15 minutes of question and answer between ourselves, and then we'll open it up to the speakers who are sitting there and also our virtual audience. So without any further delays, over to Hannah.
Thank you. So maybe just to bring this presentation into what we've been talking about today, Philipp and Franziska have been talking about the result of a deterrence policy when it comes to refugees and migrants from part of the EU, and I would say that pushbacks are really the other side of the medal. So you have hotspots on one side and you have pushbacks on the other, and I'll come back to that in the presentation. And also in terms of Libya, I think pushbacks also aim at an externalization of EU's political, moral and legal responsibility towards refugees and migrants, in that their aim is to keep them out of EU territory and put their burden on the bordering countries, even though, as we'll see later, pushbacks also happen within the EU. And so, not sure it works, but maybe yes. So the presentation is about the difficulties that we experience in front of courts to document pushbacks, and my sort of thesis is that this is inherent, and so it's kind of a catch-22. Pushbacks are meant not to be proven. And then my co-panelists will explain how they kind of managed to overcome that burden. But aside from the difficulty to materially prove pushbacks, this is what this presentation will talk about. There's also a second issue, which is, and I think it will become very clear once you have presented your research. I don't do research, I do legal cases. I use those guys' research. Is that there is a hierarchy of credibility and of accounts in our societies, politically, also sometimes legally. And maybe at the end of this panel, you would wonder, but why are you trying to prove every single detail of it? And it's because even when they're in the thousands, the words of refugees and migrants are still questioned. So the structure is there's an introduction as to what pushbacks are, definition and the legal implication of them. And then I'll kind of go back in time to see how they've developed and how widespread they became, and show that they used to be the exception and they are now the model. And then going deeper into that chronology, I'll just illustrate it through 3 different borders and 3 different cases that we litigated or are still litigating. So as for a definition, so that's our working definition at ECCHR, which is the organization where I work. There are other definitions, but I like mine best. So it's a set of state measures by which refugees and migrants, and here I should say it's rather people who are perceived as being refugees and migrants, because there is a racializing process in the pushbacks. It doesn't actually matter that you may have German citizenship if you do look like you're a refugee and a migrant, are forced back over a border. And that's the general case. Sometimes actually people are forced into a territory where they were never, and I think that's one of the cases that Dimitra will explain, because it's a collective treatment. It's not an individual treatment of people. So generally shorter after they've crossed it, but sometimes not. I mean, it can take a while between the crossing and the pushing back. With that, so this is entering a bit into the law without any consideration as to their individual circumstances, like who are they, what papers do they have, what will they be facing once they go back, and without any possibility to apply for asylum or to put forward arguments against the measures taken. And arguments could, for example, be an unaccompanied minor, or my father is actually on this land, or any other, you know, I might have residency in one of the EU countries, whatever. But none of that is considered because people are just collectively pushed away. As for the legal implications, I will really go quickly because law is complicated and it can get boring. But just to be aware, there are several frameworks that we're talking about. So states have different obligations under different frameworks. One of them is national law, and I've put it with EU law because EU law is transposed into national law. So they kind of, you will find EU law into national law, basically. The second one is the European Convention of Human Rights, which is our main tool when it comes to human rights in countries that are part of the Council of Europe, so in Europe. And the third one would be different UN treaties. The most relevant one would be the Refugee Convention, but because of the violence, I think we also have the CAT, stands for Convention Against Torture. And most EU countries, if not all, have ratified and signed all of these conventions and treaties, so they should be applying them. And in terms of sort of legal issues that are relevant to me, so I kind of divided them to three. One, if the pushback is violent, there's the violence and the obligation of each state and each law enforcer to use force in a legal and proportionate way. So, you know, of course, if you take an arrest, of course you're allowed to, you know, police is allowed to arrest people, but they can't just punch them in the face once they're handcuffed. And with pushbacks, it's kind of, I mean, actually they're not allowed to expel people the way they do it, but the further issue is the violence that they subject them to. The second one is access to asylum, to any form of protection. That in itself is also another violation that you will find in many of those treaties. And the third one is access to an individualized procedure, whether you have an asylum claim or not. And all of these three obligations can be found in the different frameworks, but I won't get into, I mean, there's no point. It's just to kind of understand why we are still bringing cases. That's the basis on which we bring the cases, and then we decide which tool we use, and then we find the right articles for each kind of issue. But basically, that's legally, that's the problem with pushbacks. I hope I'm clear enough. So, 2014 to now, from an exception to a model. We first started working, in 2014, we started working on Spain. Because at the time, Spain was the only place where land pushbacks were happening as a matter of systematic practice. Spain was not even, so they were happening since 2006, and there was a huge gap between how visible those pushbacks were in the media and there were no cases. And we were really wondering why, because at the time, in 2014, there had been a great judgment from the European Court of Human Rights, the Hirsi Jama case, which was about the sea pushbacks of Italy to Libya. So that was mentioned by Sally just before. Earlier, what Italy used to do was just to take people and bring them back to Libya. And then at some point, they realized they can't do that without opening up their legal, responsibility. So then they started funding the Libyan coast guards to do what we now call pullbacks. So you pay people and they come and pull people back into Libya. So in 2014, sea pushbacks into Libya were clearly unlawful, and we thought, how come land pushbacks in Spain are still happening? Another place where pushbacks were happening systematically actually already was the Evros River between Greece and Turkey, and I think the first report was in November 2013 from Pro Azul. These were still 3 exceptions in Europe. To explain a bit more about the Spanish exception, why is it a land border? That Ceuta and Melilla are 2 Spanish enclaves in the middle of Moroccan territory. They used to be Spanish fortresses. They have them since the 14th century. And this is what it looks like. So Melilla is actually Schengen territory, and around that's Morocco. And of course, there's a fence in the middle. That's how the fence looks like. It's a 3-partite fence with anti-climbing, complicated structures. And what the Spanish state said was that if you got to... So the border is actually a few meters before the first fence, the one closest to Morocco. But the Spanish state, if you don't get over the 3rd fence, then you're not really in our territory, which is wrong. You know, when you're in the territory, you're in the territory. There is no 3rd or 4th fence. And then they started saying, oh, it's not the 3rd fence, it's actually the blue guys, the Guardia Civil. If you don't get through our border guards, you didn't really enter our territory. And then they said, well, actually, if you don't make it and run to the reception center, you haven't really entered our territory either. So it was the concept of the chewing gum border. And this is not something I'm inventing. This is something that they had in their protocols. That was 2014, and that was in Spain. And we thought, crazy that this is happening in Spain. Then 2015 happened, the open Balkan corridor happened, people had legal safe ways to make it through Europe. Fantastic, they were given trains, the UN would be waiting, UNHCR was waiting for them at border crossings and giving them water and mattresses and train tickets to carry on. And then at some point, EU member states had enough, had a little meeting amongst themselves and with the other people from Serbia, from Northern Macedonia, from all the non-EU border countries, and decided to slowly close that Balkan corridor in 2016. And parallelly, what happens is that we enter the hotspots, the Greek hotspot approach. So I think 2016 is sort of the real beginning, the materialization of a hardcore deterrence policy. Of course, people keep moving. It's just that now it's not safe and it's illegal. So the red bits are where the border is closed, and the green bits are people keep moving. But they get pushed back many times before they make it. And this is actually a map of 2019 from the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, and the little arrows are all the pushback practices. The one that is missing, as you can see, is between Spain and Morocco, but because by 2019, Spain has successfully externalized its border control, and they've given enough money for the Moroccans to keep the migrants and refugees away from that fence in every possible means that one can imagine, including massive collective pushbacks into the desert between Morocco and Algeria, but also that between Morocco and Mauritania. Now, in that model, the pushback function is twofold. Get rid of asylum seekers and migrants quickly, so they have no access to the protection of the law. They can't actually claim asylum. They don't need to stay here for months and years and wait for their asylum claim to be processed. And we don't even need to find a solution to expel them to their origin country or even to readmit them to the country where they come from. Just so much quicker. And the violence plays a role in deterring them from coming back. And it's made possible to its most horrible forms, because the whole operation of the pushbacks is kept completely outside of the framework of the law. So just like, I mean, if I had to give a parallel, it would be maybe US renditions or enforced disappearances, where, because there is no account or trace of you being in the custody of the authorities, they can do of you whatever they want. And in the current political climate, and the decreditalization of refugees and migrants, you know, you just sort of increase the vulnerability of those persons. And actually, given the silence of EU institutions, I think there's a clear sort of implicit green light for border guards that are committing these pushbacks, and I think this is why we've seen an increase of the violence in the pushbacks, because they know that they're doing what they're meant to do. So, arbitrariness and lawlessness is not only constitutive and inherent of pushbacks, it's actually their raison d'être. It's actually to keep people outside of the protection of the law. And this is why proving them is difficult, because we're not meant to be able to. So now going to kind of illustrate that through the cases. So we're back in Ceuta and Melilla. And I was talking about a gap between how well publicized these pushbacks were in the media and how there were no cases, and we're wondering why. So this, for example, is an extract of an El Diario article, I think, but it shows again the fence with like kind of a maybe better, I don't know, better graphics. And what is, I mean, unlike in other borders, the thing is, like, it's, you know, this fence is around a city. So the road by the fence is actually a road where people jog. So the weird thing is that journalists, activists, and lawyers can't get near the fence if there's people on the fence that are being pushed back. There's a perimeter of security. But the jogging people, they can keep jogging. So when we were there, we were told that we couldn't approach, and then there was this person jogging who just kind of jogged along the fence. And I think this is why the pushbacks were really, you know, so in this example, for example, in this extract, it says the Guardia Civil has returned 256 persons to the Moroccan authorities. So the Guardia Civil actually gave official records of how many people they would push back. I'm going to go a bit quicker. Violence from the Guardia Civil, just expulsions on camera, really dehumanizing kind of custody practices. So this is one of the applicants in one of the cases that we litigated, and there, like, we did have evidence of the expulsions, but still it wasn't enough. So Spain had admitted that it had pushed back a group of people, but there was no official record of the particular individuals, of course, because there is no process at all. And there were no close-up pictures because journalists are not allowed to come near. So Spain's narrative was that the applicants could not prove that they were there. They used some sort of software that said that, like, their picture didn't match the pictures that we submitted of the expulsion, which, you know, we know from we know that artificial intelligence has a racial bias, so we never managed to find out, like, how many, like, black persons' data was entered into this software. The court didn't accept that argument, so that was good. The chewing gum border I already explained. They kept saying, of course, that everything was done in complete compliance with the law, and that these are not refugees but economic migrants, which is, you know, again, distortions in the sort of European political narrative. On the one hand, we always think of Africa as a place of conflict zones, and on the other hand, if it's a black person from Africa, they're not a refugee, they're an economic migrant. But yeah. So, closure of the Balkan corridor, this is another case that is still pending, so whatever I say is not about the case, it's about the general situation. I'm going quick because I'm running out of time. The Balkan corridor gets closed, people get stuck in Greece. Normally they go to northern Macedonia and keep traveling. They're literally stuck in Greece in a huge camp of 13,000 people, not a camp that is organized, just like an informal camp, Idomeni camp. So they decide to go and march. I mean, we still had hope at the time. So 1,500 of them or more set off, and they just go and march towards northern Macedonia. Eventually, so this is them marching. I don't think we need the video. Oh, yeah. Eventually, Macedonian officers start appearing. And then what they do is that they separate the journalists from the migrants and refugees. Wondering why? Well, from that moment on, we have difficulty having evidence, of course. So they just arrest the journalists and they push everyone back. Interestingly, the journalists have a proof of their presence in Macedonia. The refugees and migrants don't, because they were never arrested. Again, in terms of evidence, of course, no official record of the applicant's presence. We stop having evidence. But the state accepted that the group was pushed back, but they just say, you can't prove that the applicants were actually part of that group. Their narrative is the borders were closed further to an EU decision, and they're absolutely right on that. And then applicants would not have wanted to claim asylum, they just wanted to travel through, which I think is a perverse argument, because if people can't travel through, then they will. I mean, if you ask 1,500 people, the thought that all of them will just want to stay in the Idomeni camp and not take their chance at applying for asylum in northern Macedonia is just absurd. And this kind of presumed collective intention is also something that one can ponder about in terms of racialization also of sort of collective decisions. 2016 until now, pushbacks as a systemic, not also only practice of EU border control. So we did another case, which is also pending. 3 people that got pushed back from Croatia to Bosnia-Herzegovina at the end of 2018. And that's the situation that you will be talking about, Nicole. So here, Frontex thinks it's wonderful because numbers are going down in Greece. So maybe, Dimitra, you can explain how they do that. But you can see a clear correlation between the pushback arrows and the Frontex numbers. In the Western Balkan, of course, the correlation is there's more and more people, so there's more and more pushbacks. This was a BBC sort of video, and what I wanted to show is on the one hand the injuries, and on the other hand where the pushbacks happen there. So there they happen in hills and mountains and forests by small groups, away from cameras, away from journalists. It's not a big event, so it's very difficult to document. There is documentation, fantastic activists on the ground, No Name Kitchen in this case, who is part of the Border Violence Monitoring Network, who was already doing, I think their first report dates of May 2018, and we were following this closely, with medical evidence from MSF, but also before we get the first sort of video of violence, the Croatian ombudsperson has spoken about it, the UNHCR, the European Commissioner for Human Rights, the EU Fundamental Rights Agency, and of course, EU parliamentarians. Still, Croatia saying, this is not happening. The injuries come from, they fight. Those migrants and refugees, they just fight each other all the time, beat up each other. This is why they're so hurt. First footage comes out, Guardian footage. Actually, a very brave teenage refugee who decides not to try and cross, but just stay with his mobile phone and film people who come back with bloody faces. And the reason why he doesn't go is because when people get caught, their mobile phones get destroyed. Again, why? It means that we cannot get photos and we cannot get GPS location because all of the mobile phones are systematically destroyed unless they manage to hide them, of course. And by they, I mean the migrants and refugees. So activists go out of their way and hide a camera just next to a border point and actually get loads of instances, not of violence, but of pushbacks, shortly in the same month, in November 2018, I think it was, or October, yeah. And so that was that was another media sort of, first images of actual pushbacks. And the rest of it I will leave to Nicole, because the rest of the work is actually hers on that border. Here, Croatia, so not in the case, but for that border, no official record of the people's presence in Croatia. So these pushbacks and that violence never happened. And again, injuries are fights between them. And the narrative is we're defending EU borders. They're again right, sadly. You talk of illegal pushbacks, but these are illegal migrants. And I think this is very interesting because it shows, the interesting thing is that states are really focused on like the irregular character of the border crossing to try and justify violence and them completely disregarding the very laws that they made. So it's funny that, I mean, it's just, I don't know, it's a weird narrative that puts the burden of complying with the law on individuals rather than states. And so, yeah, irregular border crossing justifies such treatment. Sadly, some of the jurisprudence of our highest court, the European Court of Human Rights, has taken that narrative on. But I would say that the jurisprudence is just not developed enough to be completely pessimistic about it. And we don't beat up families, which, I mean, I don't even know. So single man can be beaten up, it's fine. Conclusion. In terms of the law, I think in terms of evidence, we actually have quite a few doors open. In terms of having courts and politicians accept that migrants and refugees, even if they cross borders irregularly, have rights, I think we've come quite a few steps back, actually. Because under international law, it's quite clear that the irregular crossing of a pushback should have no impact on people's protection under the law. But this is the narrative that we're starting to see being spread by politicians, and to some extent, which starts being accepted by some judges. So the fight still goes on, I guess.
Thanks a lot, Hannah, for that. There's so much in there for us to think about, including how you mentioned the hierarchy of credibility, the racialization of borders and how they're pushed back, and especially on how it's become essentially practice now, apart from just exception, and the many challenges that remain in seeking accountability. I will now move to Nicole, who's going to speak about, specifically with a focus on the Croatian border, her incredible research that she's done over the past few years.
Thank you. Good evening. Yeah, thank you so much for that wonderful speech, and also already laying out all these things we have to have in mind when we go out there. I'm a freelance journalist and filmmaker, and in winter 2018 to 19, I spent some time in Sarajevo working with a grassroots NGO just because I had time and wanted to get engaged a bit. And quite quickly, since I'm a journalist, I got involved in the violence reporting that Hannah just mentioned, because what was quite interesting, especially in winter, many people, when they get pushed back, they immediately went down to Sarajevo because they had, better options to be taken care of. So we realized people came sometimes just, a day after they were pushed back, they arrived in Sarajevo with still blood in their hair or broken arms, blue eyes, teeth that were missing. And so we started to build up the violence reporting as well in Sarajevo, not only at the border. So when I had to go back to work in April, I worked some months a year at Swiss Television. I called my boss and told him, I really don't understand why there is no, evidence. We see so many people, there are hundreds of testimonies, very well documented, really good work done by NGOs. but how can governments and the EU still deny that this is happening? And also for me as a journalist, it was quite surprising that it hasn't been done yet, because it was already ongoing for, what were you saying, like 2 years or something, at least, yeah. So I decided to organize myself a thermal camera and a team, and we went to one of these hotspots where we can see these pushbacks. I mean, one thing that is also very interesting, I think, is that Croatia has a super long border to Bosnia-Herzegovina. It's like 1,000 kilometers long, 900 something. And mostly it's hilly, foresty, it's like really remote and difficult to access. So we decided I will take you now through like my trip to give you a sort of an insight how that looked like for us to, yeah, like my goal was in the end to just get this video proof. Like for me, I mean, it was very insane that we still need to prove that, but since I am a journalist, I thought like, okay, I have to take on this job. So here you can see again, like sort of the whole area, and I will show you where we went to. We went to Velika Kladuša, which is, as you can see, also the closest way to Slovenia, and then further to, most people try to go to Italy through Croatia, Slovenia, Italy. And yes, when we arrived there, I think one of the interesting points, I was thinking about it today, why it maybe took a while, is also because some people, or many people, get pushed back so many times. Like you speak to people, they were pushed back 35 times in a half a year or something like that. So because of this, they started to get familiar with the territory. So they were able to also give us some hints, like, I think I came back through that valley, because what Hannah already mentioned, all of their phones get either broken or like destroyed or stolen by the Croatian police, so they cannot, you know, navigate. So in the beginning, they often just came back to Kladuša not knowing through which forests they came through, but after a while, because it happened so many times to them, they started to know, like, I think the name of the valley was Gradina, and we were able to sort of get an idea which were like the concrete spots, like not just somewhere there. We really realized that you have to find the nearest roads that go to the green border from the Croatian side, and yeah, so we started to drive to this backcountry parts of Velika Kladuša, and what was also interesting was, like, you just need to drive there and you see them walking back, like, you know, 20, 30 people, like, you see where they come from. That was, especially for a journalist, it was like so, on a sad level, so astonishing that it wasn't documented till then, because you actually just have to go there. And also that's what I often think about, you know, the people sitting in Brussels, like, why don't you just go there, not on an official visit, just take a rental car and drive around. You see it with your own eyes. So I will take you now through some parts of the reportage that we then produced, because I think it shows much more than I can give you here in words. I will play the first part now. Maybe I have to put up the sound a bit.
Wir sollen einfach fahren, bis die Straße aufhört. Dort sei einer dieser berüchtigten Übergänge. Er heißt Gradina. Die Straße wird zum Weg, zum Trampelpfad. Am Ende, mitten in der Natur, liegen plötzlich Kleider, Decken, Schuhe, weggeworfene SIM-Karten, aufgeschnittene Schlafsäcke. Ein paar Meter weiter oben 2 Grenzsteine. Dahinter Kroatien. Tausende Spuren im Gras, obwohl Menschen hier gar nicht durchgehen dürften. Wir verlassen die verbotene Zone rasch wieder. Als wir zurückschauen, fällt uns ein weißes Auto auf. Es nähert sich auf kroatischer Seite dem Grenzstein, an dem wir eben noch standen. Wir sind zu weit entfernt, um es gut erkennbar filmen zu können. Dann hören wir Schüsse in der Ferne, danach Schreie. Durch die mitgebrachte Wärmebildkamera erkennen wir Menschenpunkte am Grenzstein. Sie bewegen sich Richtung Bosnien. Sind es zurückgeschobene Migranten? Ausgeschafft im Niemandsland, weit weg von einem offiziellen Grenzübergang? Wir laufen ihnen entgegen, wollen mit ihnen reden. Die meisten möchten allerdings anonym bleiben.
Boxing.
Racist, Croat.
No good.
They steal money from us. All money go. No humain.
J'ai écouté qui étaient chauds.
Yes.
C'était un policier qui
Pour disperser. Ils l'ont tiré pour disperser.
On est dormi
même
2 jours dans la
toilette, même toilette, c'est...
Dans la fourquette. Vous étiez dans la voiture. 2 jours.
2 jours.
Vous avez demandé de l'asile.
Ouais.
Vous avez tout demandé. Et c'était quoi la réponse?
Non,
rien.
Il faut rappeler 2 fois. Go Bosna.
Ausgelacht, weil sie in einem EU-Land Asyl beantragen wollten, was ein grundlegendes Menschenrecht ist. Dann kommt schon die nächste Gruppe. Diesmal sind 6 Kinder dabei.
Your name?
Fires. How long have you been working already?
14 days.
14 days. They didn't give you anything, the Croatian police.
They take the phone, the power bank, everything.
Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
they take a lot of things from us, the money, and they didn't give it back.
Yeah.
It's 13 times that we are trying to cross back.
The 13th.
Yes.
13 Mal mit Kleinkindern zu Fuß durch kroatische Wälder und Berge. 13 Mal im Landesinnern aufgegriffen und zurückgeschafft.
This happened to us on the very first day, so we were quite unprepared. It was the day when we decided to drive through these roads where the locals told us we have to go to. It was also crazy because we didn't have any food with us, one chocolate bar, and just also I get goosebumps again because it was really a crazy moment, because the way you record it, with our own eyes, we were even able to see it a bit better, and we heard those screams and we heard those shootings. There's nothing that you cannot deny, and then hearing these people telling you that it's the 13th time that they tried this, and they were walking for 2 weeks already. Why I chose this example as well is also because often we hear that these are all young men, as you were saying, like this narrative of the young strong man that is anyways illegal, so you can also push them back illegal. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I think that's really important to mention, but they don't care. They also do it with small kids. We even saw, we have images in violence testimonies of kids that got beaten. We saw a bloody head of a 10-year-old boy. They really don't care, and this is so crazy to witness there at this border. So what was also super important to us is the reason why we went there and not only try to install a camera is to identify these people, to have their contact, to also be able to get a witness testimony, because that's the problem we often had before with these surveillance cameras, that then they say, maybe these people were on a hike, or who knows what their story is, or where they came from. And so this was a very important point, and we also did then follow up, and because there we just talked for some minutes, so we were able to meet them some days later in the camp in Bosnia where they went back to, and I just want to give the kids a minute to tell you what they went through exactly.
Can you explain me how it was when they stopped you, the police? Do they just
Say stop, stop.
Yeah, just because me started like at police. Okay, this ranking of the tunnel stop. Yeah, they can. They take us like this with a gun for us. They say stop right now, stop.
They come with a gun.
Yes, and the children are so scared. My brother also cried. Yeah, he's like guns like dig like this. He's saying stop. And the last time they fight with my mother. No, with the box.
With this,
yes.
the box. Did you ask for asylum?
When they took us from the jungle, the car, they say that we will give you asylum. And they bring us to the station. They say we say that we want to asylum. They smell their smell, and they say that we will give your Bosnia son.
So you see, it actually happens. What Hannah already explained widely is like people asking for protection. And that's what I heard a lot, that they even laugh at them and say like, how crazy can you be, we'll put you back to Bosnia. How dare you even ask for asylum? So as you saw in the first part that I showed you, we didn't have like the full video proof, like we just had these small dots, and we already knew what's gonna happen if you show this to the Croatian government. They say like, yeah, you painted these dots by yourself, come on, fake news. And we decided to organize like a tele lens, like a very long zoom lens for our camera, what was quite difficult in Bosnia, especially when you're like up in these more remote areas. But we managed, my camera woman managed to find one. And then, that was really interesting, we tried for 3 more weeks to catch them on 4 different spots, because I mean, you about the whole surveillance of this border, I guess you maybe know more than I personally do, but what we realized is that they quite, for sure they saw us when we first filmed this group, and then for weeks, like we tried anything. We left our phones at home, we walked to the pushback spots, we also split it up, like 2 of us at one border and some on the other border. And then the first day where we decided to even leave the car super far outside, so to really walk there, I think that was the point. They always saw our car somewhere with some sort of surveillance they have. So yes, I will show you on what happened then on that day, that where we left the car at home and walked up. We were super lucky. We were able to stay in the house of local farmers that gave us shelter, that lived so super close. That was also not, I mean, I wouldn't say super dangerous, but there was a risk for them doing that. But because they're witnessing this every day, they also wanted somehow to support this, this approach that we're trying to document it at least.
Nun können wir den Grenzstein viel besser erkennen. Auf der Hügelkuppe vor unseren Augen verläuft die EU-Außengrenze. Kroatien hinten, Bosnien vorne. Ein erstes Kontrollfahrzeug taucht auf. Kroatische Polizisten positionieren sich. Dann ein Van. Klar identifizierbar als kroatischer Polizeivan. Die Fahrzeuge verschwinden in der Mulde. Dort werden die Migranten jeweils ausgeladen. Wenige Minuten später tatsächlich. Ein Polizist eskortiert eine Gruppe Migranten auf kroatischem Boden zum Grenzstein und schickt sie kollektiv aus der EU hinaus, nach Bosnien. Die marineblaue Uniform der kroatischen Polizei bestens erkennbar. Von der bosnischen Polizei ist weit und breit nichts zu sehen. Klar eine illegale Aktion. Wir eilen der Gruppe entgegen, wollen hören, was genau mit ihnen passiert ist in Kroatien.
Hello. Can you tell me what just happened to you?
No, they deport us. Yeah, they catch
Die Gruppe besteht aus rund 30 Pakistani und Bangladeschi. Sie berichten, wie sie im Landesinnern von Kroatien gestoppt, misshandelt und dann in einen Van verfrachtet worden seien, ohne angehört zu werden. Über 2 Stunden habe die Fahrt an die Grenze gedauert.
Yeah, so here you see what we finally got was for us a very important step, because several points we were able to cover here. Like you can see, you definitely can see where it happens. Like it's not just somewhere in the green. We see where the border spot is. We see like the landscape of it. Like if you go there, you would clearly recognize what border spot it is. And then you also see that is very important, I think, that because their narrative often is, yeah, we just prevent them from entering, like we protect our borders, that's the job that has been given to us. So what you see clearly here is like these people were not trying to enter Croatia, they were brought there in a van from the inside of Croatia and then like collective expelled from the EU. And then the third point is again that they are identifiable. We can talk to them, we can ask them, where do you come from, what happened to you? Like you can have this witness testimony, which is like crucial and very precious to have. So we published this in May 2019, and since we were like it's the National Swiss Television, a public broadcaster, it was finally the first time where it was happening in the Croatian like mass media. My Croatian journalist friends told me that till that point it was not in any bigger newspaper. People did not know that this is happening at all. Like you found for sure some articles in some left weekly magazines or something like that, but it was not brought to like a wider audience. And I think that was, I guess that was a very important step, that they also started to realize, they started to realize that someone really looks at what they are doing there, and they then show it to a wider audience. I mean, the reaction from the Croatian authorities was how it is still today, just a total denial, like this is not happening, and you know, all the things that Hannah already was mentioning. One interesting side point was like some months later, I think just 2 months later, the Croatian president back then was in Switzerland for some state event, blah, blah, I don't know, handshaking things. And we decided to show up there and to ask her some questions about the material. And somehow she was so overwhelmed or not expecting that journalists are asking so unfriendly questions that she literally on camera said, sort of admitted that they do pushbacks. Like she said, yeah, we only use a little bit of force when we push them back. She even, and then like, but you know, usually they get their injuries because they fall from trees and they beat themselves up. And like, as a normal human being, you just stand there and your mouth is like open like this, and you, yeah, it's really difficult to believe that this is happening. Like this, these are the words that are, you know, that they tell you into a camera. But we happened then to come to a point where Hannah was already mentioning the amount of violence that we see. So what we were then trying to get, and that was much more difficult to catch a violent pushback, because I mean it sounds so, I don't know, it sounds so weird to say this, but they are happening. They're happening on a daily basis. And in this March 2020, we received an iPhone video I will show you just some seconds of it.
Croatia police pitch ko Croatia police to dagle dam टेंशन ना ले सामने हो तुम बड़ा आगे खड़ से टेंशन ना ले
So one of the migrants that got pushed back in this case was able to hide his phone. Finally, someone was able to, to retrieve it, and was brave enough to start to film once he reached the Bosnian territory. With him there is a quite injured man, the man you hear crying in the background. So we took this video and started to investigate it together with a colleague from Der Spiegel, from the German media, and some other people from NGOs that work on border violence monitoring. We started to trace down, and we realized quite quickly that this video is taken just, let's say, 2 kilometers away from the spot where I filmed a year ago. And then it took us months, I think 2 or 3 months, but we were able to identify the people in the video, and we were able to find them. And we found out that the person that shot the video is still in Bosnia. So in summer I went to Bosnia to meet him, to get a testimony, to hear what exactly happened, but also what was super important, to get the original video, to get the metadata to really prove that this video was taken on a border spot, to get all the GPS location data, but also we were able to get the HD file, and that enabled us to see much more than what we see here in the blurry version. So we stabilized it and zoomed in a bit, and I can show you what we
the
see
4
here.
alleged Croatian authorities appear to form a line
So you
of
can
control
see,
on the Croatian side of the border.
you really can see the weapons that they have with them here.
3 of the 4 witnesses described being beaten with a long, thick pole matching the appearance of the weapon held by this individual.
And you also see that people were always talking about these masked men, and we have never seen them
Another
before.
one of the masked men is shown here to be holding a long
And that
pole
was super crazy, that this
with
guy
what
really
appears
had
to
a
be
self-made
string
whip.
attached to its end. This matches the description of 3 of the witnesses.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਰੱਸੀ ਬੰਨੀ ਸਨੇ ਉਸ ਡੰਡੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਬੰਨੀ ਸਨੇ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਜਦੋਂ ਮਾਰਦੇ ਸਨ ਨਾ ਤੇ ਲੱਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਬਕਲ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਫਿਰ ਬੰਦਾ ਛਾਲ ਮਾਰਨ ਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਡਿੱਗਦਾ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਲੱਤਾਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਿੱਛੇ ਵੱਜ ਤੋਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ.
And also you can see later on,
The video then appears to show another group approaching the border, being led by another group of masked men. On the way, one of these men strikes one of the group members with a long club.
So we released this material just a week ago. It's quite fresh. We published it, and for us it was again another step in really proof what is, because this is how it looks like, I guess, in many of the times. And it was very important next step. And what was also super important is that the main victim from this video, here, just wanted to show you that we went back to the location, taking a selfie to prove that we were at the location. As you can see, we were managing to get the GPS location of the guys' phones, also to prove that they were in Croatia and even in Slovenia. So the Slovenians handed them over to the Croatian, and then Croatian law enforcement groups brought them back to this border. And also the metadata matched with the spot that we figured out where it has to be. Yeah, true. Yeah, just wanted to come to the last point, that we were able also to find the victim and get his testimony, and also get his authorization to ask the Slovenian police to prove that he was there on that day in question. And they, so we got in the end even approval from the Slovenian police that they were handed over to the Croatian police. So all in this together, we really got one step further in proving what is anyways already known so widely. But yes, that's where we were last week, and we hope to move on. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole. That was extremely enlightening. It goes on to show that not only are single men facing violence at the borders, but also children and families that accompany them sometimes. And one of the themes that came out very specifically in your presentation was how difficult this is to research. And how difficult this is to gather evidence for. And keeping that theme in mind, I'd like to invite Dimitra to show her presentation on how she overcame these challenges in her research.
Hello, and thank you again for the invitation. It's such a great conference, and thank you all for your presentations. It's really, I mean, Hannah laid out very well the ground and gave a broader overview, a great overview of how this is not restrained to specific areas, but it actually happens along a lot of borders. And I mean, we will see how also Nicole's work bears many similarities with our work at the Evros. Forensic Architecture is an independent research agency at Goldsmiths University of London, and we work in partnership with institutions across civil society, from grassroots activists to legal teams to NGOs and media organizations, to carry out investigations with and on behalf of communities and individuals affected by conflict, police brutality, border regimes, and environmental violence. So this practice essentially prompts us to develop new tools for media analysis, but also creative modes of testimony amplifications, which we will see later. So we are a multidisciplinary practice, and we also work with other disciplines such as ballistics expert or climate scientists, etc. So in 2018, we started in partnership with the Greek legal NGO Human Rights 360. We began developing an extensive research project on pushbacks specifically across the Evros-Meritz river border. To provide some context, the Evros-Meritz, which we see here on the map, is a river that spans from the trilateral border with Bulgaria in the north until the Aegean Sea on the south. The stretch of the river that is delineated here is the so-called official land border between Turkey and Greece, and it's also characterized as a natural border. And this part of the river has been extensively militarized in the last decade, as has been the case that also Hannah described with most border zones of the European Union, and has been incorporated into a broader ecosystem of border defense. At the same time, it constitutes a very tense landscape due to elongated histories of contestation between the two states, Turkey and Greece, and the border was defined as following the median line of the river, but as the river, of course, is not a fixed boundary, but rather expands and detracts, this has been causing further tension as to the actual delineation of the border. And there is one area, which we see here on the north, that the border has always run over land, and the so-called Karagatz Triangle. And this area is marked by 11-kilometer-long fence that was erected in 2012 as a so-called technical obstacle. While this area is important also due to its implication in the escalation of violence at the area in the past March, the erection of fence here is also crucial for another reason, because it has forced the redirection of migrant trajectories into more dangerous routes, the river itself, but also the Aegean Sea, of course. So the focus of this project has been to investigate the pushbacks of migrants from Greece to Turkey, a practice that, as we also said earlier, has been reported for more than a decade now by people themselves and also by multiple human rights groups. But as we see also with other cases, these reports have been systematically dismissed by successive governments. So throughout our research, it became quite clear how at Evros this is very systematic and to a certain extent organized practice that involves many police stations, border guard stations, and detention centers at the area that we also see here, but also a network of actors, including police officers, military officers, and sometimes civilians and foreign personnel. So because these operations usually happen at night, out of sight, there has been very little or actually no visual evidence, apart from what I will talk a bit later, that could substantiate these reports apart from witness testimony. And firstly, there is a difference here with the border in Croatia because the militarization of the border here makes access to the area extremely difficult for researchers. So we see here the buffer zone where access is only limited to military officers and sometimes civilians like fishermen, etc. But also, of course, as we see, this is the modus operandi in other cases as well. Witnesses describe having their phones, documents, and possessions confiscated and often thrown into the river, suggesting an operation that is carefully designed to remove any potential evidence of the violations. So the only exception to this has been our joint investigation with Der Spiegel as well, an investigation that examined sourced footage which uniquely actually captured video evidence of a pushback in action unfolding on the 17th of September 2019. Der Spiegel received this material from an anonymous source, and Forensic Architecture verified and geolocated the event. And the material consists of 10 15-second long clips that we see here, and the phone footage both filmed at the Turkish side of the river. So the 10 clips were actually filmed on a security camera installed on a tree, something that is called also a trail or trap camera, because these types are commonly used by conservationists for capturing wildlife, yet at border escapes they are being reappropriated in order to accommodate border control tasks. So here we see one of these clips. Where we can actually see the masked men with camouflage and black clothing transfer groups of people to the bank using rubber boots. So by comparing visual markers within these videos to satellite imagery, by calculating the direction of sunlight, as well as by determining the width of the river as displayed in the footage through camera calibration and focal length calculation, we were able to precisely geolocate the incident, proving that it was indeed filmed from the Turkish banks of the river, depicting masked men as they were pushing back a group of migrants from the Greek side. This location, which is near Seremköy in Turkey, is also a few hundred meters away from a Greek military watchtower and 2 kilometers away from one of the border guard stations in the area. So the second investigation that we published a few months after the initial study essentially complementing this first study by bringing the witnesses into focus and highlighting the consequences that pushbacks have on their victims. So this was the case of Ayşe Erdoğan, a young Turkish woman who, together with two friends, Kamil Yildirim and Talip Niksar, crossed into Greek territory in May 2019, fleeing persecution in Turkey. Ayşe repeatedly appealed for we talked before about how they, of course, everyone says that they want to apply for asylum, but in this case, Ayşe also appealed for protection against the possible forced return to Turkey. And we will see here in this clip.
We are Turkish political asylum seekers. We fled persecution back in Turkey and crossed Enros in May 4 and 5 a.m. We are hiding near Neovista in fear of pushback. We are urged United Nations and Greek authorities to protect us from being pushed back.
So Aisha and her friends really tried to make their presence public, right? And we see here, but despite their public appeal, they were not given the chance to apply for asylum in Greece, and they were eventually returned in Turkey, where they were tried and imprisoned. And we, as forensic architects, we used photographs, selfies, location pins, and WhatsApp conversations as they were recorded by them, and we analyzed and reconstructed their trajectory. And all these media were provided to us by the brother of Aisha, who reached out to Human Rights 360 for legal support. And here, for example, we see the group being in front of a government building sometime before they were transferred to the police station of Neochimonio. So by reconstructing their trajectory, we were able to confirm that Aisha, Talip and Kalim were within Greek territory, and more specifically in a police station. And although they repeatedly and publicly asked to apply for asylum, as well as not to be returned to Turkey, they were pushed back nonetheless, and they were arrested and imprisoned again where they remain up to date. So these two cases that I showed offer complementary insights into these pushback operations at the Evros, not least because they provide visual evidence of a practice that is meant to remain obscure and out of sight. But as I mentioned in the beginning, these remain exceptional. So in order to circumvent these limitations, the fact that the witnesses' phones are often confiscated and the fact that there is really no access to the river, we employed a technique of what we call situated testimony. So in November 2019, we traveled to Athens, and during a day-long process of computer modeling, we interviewed 4 witnesses who had been pushed back 1 or more times across the river. It is an interviewing technique that where witnesses reconstruct 3D models of the environments and the scenes in which traumatic events have occurred to aid in the process of interviewing and in gathering testimony for those events. So even though memories of traumatic events in violent episodes can over be elusive or distorted, we have found that the use of architectural models has a productive effect on the witness recollection. So Kuzey, that we see here on the left, is a Turkish national who in 2018, actually around the same time that Aisha was trying to cross, made several attempts to enter Greece via the Evros-Meritz River. He was fleeing persecution in Turkey as well. And for 9 days, he would swim across the border only to be arrested and pushed back to Turkey again. He eventually managed to start the official asylum procedures on the 9th day, and with the presence of the lawyer, after having been pushed back 5 times in 9 days, so essentially a revolving door at the border. And Fadi, whom we see here on the right, had been granted asylum here in Germany in 2015. In 2016, he traveled legally from Munich, where he was residing, to Greece in order to search for his missing brother at the area of Evros. He was expecting his brother to arrive, but didn't hear from him. And despite his legal status, he was racially profiled. So that goes back to what Hannah was saying in the beginning, right? It's irrelevant whether they are migrants or asylum seekers, etc. It's really a practice entrenched within racial profiling and discrimination and racism. So he was racially profiled, he was arrested and detained before being illegally expelled, because this was not exactly a pushback, right? He was found in Greece, he was not pushed back to Turkey, he was illegally expelled to Turkey. So he was essentially stranded in Turkey, and even though he made an unsuccessful attempts to retrieve his documents at the German embassy in Istanbul, he could not do that, and he attempted to cross to Greece, but was pushed back more than 10 times in 1 year. So after more than 3 years from his initial expulsion, Fadi eventually had his asylum status reinstated and currently resides legally in Germany again. So in our interviews, we started with the help of architectural software, whereby witnesses described and modeled in detail the buildings they were detained in. And using further evidential materials such as maps, satellite images, official documents, videos, and photographs, we were able to corroborate these testimonies and identify some of the sites described as being involved. More specifically, 3 out of the 4 witnesses reconstructed from memory Poros detention center that we see here on the video, while other police and border guard stations, including those of Tijero, Soufli, and Ferez, were repeatedly mentioned. After the modeling of the buildings, witnesses modeled the actual sequence of the pushback and the river landscapes that they were forced to cross. In order to do this, we had produced an object library that included vehicles, uniforms that we know to be used by border patrol agencies, as well as vegetation types that make up the riparian vegetation at Evros. And we assembled this library through fieldwork as well as studying scientific text and operational documents. And this aided in the process of recollection of many details of their experience. So what emerged essentially is a picture of a violent practice where beatings are customary and at times amounting to torture. And a second layer of violence also emerged, which is inflicted through the natural elements of the geography of the river. And more specifically,
Beni diğerlerinden ayırdılar karşılarına aslında.
More specifically, the witnesses were all denied access to legal help and sometimes even medical aid. They were all arbitrarily detained, even often for several days. Many testified to having been treated violently, both while in detention and during pushback. Some witnesses, as I mentioned, were pushed back several times. And in all cases, witnesses testified the evidence of this practice was systematically destroyed. So drawing on this, along with other resources, on the 17th of November, Global Legal Action Network, in partnership with Human Rights 360, submitted a complaint against Greece with the UN Human Rights Committee on behalf of FADI. In their complaint, they state, and I quote, that the case breaks new grounds by arguing that FADI's abduction amounts to an enforced disappearance. A new legal framework is necessary to capture what is happening when the pushback policy is redirected towards legally present persons. The prohibition against enforced disappearance is the closest thing that we have in our legal dictionary, end quote. Their framing of FADI's pushback as enforced disappearance raises questions as to what would be novel legal strategies and litigation avenues for these cases where our current dictionary of abuses does not seem to suffice. And 2 days later, on the 19th of November, the European Committee for the Prevention of Torture published a report on Greece after a visit they made. The report's findings bear significant similarities and corroborate the work of forensic architecture and also many other civil society groups reporting on pushbacks at the Evros-Meritz border. And more specifically, on the Poros detention center, they note the complete absence of any detention registries. And they go on to note, and I quote, the CPT's delegation again received consistent and credible allegations obtained through individual interviews in different places of detention of foreign nationals being detained, having their belongings confiscated, and subsequently pushed back across the Evros River border to Turkey. A few of these persons described having been held together with many other people for a number of hours in a facility, the layout of which corresponded to that of the Poros detention facility, end quote. That said, there is overwhelming evidence that pushbacks at the Evros-Meritz River are both systematic and widespread, and increasingly so. We have witnessed mounting reports of pushbacks at the Aegean Sea, as they were mentioned also in the previous panel, with the complicity and involvement of EU actors such as Frontex. However, as we all mentioned, I think for the other governments, but as well as successive Greek governments, with a highlight of the current right-wing government of New Democracy, systematically deny these reports and refuse to investigate. Exemplary is the response of the Greek Prime Minister Kyriakos Mitsotakis on CNN when asked about pushbacks at the Aegean Sea as reported by the New York Times last summer.
Report that was in the New York Times about allegations that your government has basically secretly expelled more than 1,000 refugees by taking them, basically asylum seekers, in about 31 separate expulsions, sailing people to the edge of Greek waters, abandoning them in unsafe life rafts, which, as you know, is illegal under both international and European law. Can you tell me on the record, has this happened?
No, it has not. And I want to be very clear, Christian, we've addressed this issue also last time we spoke. Greece has every right, as every sovereign state, to defend its borders.
So this state of denial and relabeling of evidence as fake news as well was eloquently put by Valentina Azarova, one of the authors of Glant's complaint to the UN, herself drawing on Stanley Cohen, and I quote, "The operation of Greece's pushback apparatus inexorably depends on classic forms of state-organized denial. Literal factual denial through lack of institutional trail for the illegal acts and unwillingness to investigate specific cases, interpretative denial by relabeling such abuses as legitimate forms of border control, and implicatory denial by disqualifying its condemners for disseminating fake news and propaganda," end quote. So the systemic culture of impunity not only facilitates pushbacks that are grave violations of human rights, but also lead to the violent escalation and events such as those that we witnessed at the border in March 2020, where Muhammad Gulzar and Muhammad Al-Arab were lethally shot trying to cross, and for which Forensic Architecture has published investigations together with a network of actors, of partners. And we have to understand that these are not singular events, but they can and will be repeated if they are not addressed. So these acts are legitimized by the systemic denial and the lack of any judicial means for justice, which, as Hannah also mentioned in the beginning, they give a green light to the fascistization of society and the intensification of anti-migration sentiments, eventually legitimating such violent practices. So it is very clear that pushbacks are happening, and they are happening at the Evros-Meritz border, which is policed out of sight and with no regard for human rights, and we need to exhaust all means necessary in our disposal in our struggle for accountability. Thank you.
Thank you, Dimitra. That was amazing presentation, especially on forensic architecture and your team's use on spatial analysis and modeling to find new ways to research this. I'm sure everyone has a lot of questions, but I will abuse my privilege and ask all of you my first question. My first question is to Hannah, which is, I want to reference what Dimitra just mentioned in her complaint, in her reference to the complaint about Fadi, which essentially the human rights NGOs that made the complaint claimed that a new legal framework is necessary to understand what was happening. The closest thing that they knew that could come close to it was that of enforced disappearances. So I wanted to ask you if you agree with that assessment, and if that is the case, then what can these new frameworks look like, and is existing human rights law sort of not, existing human rights law not providing enough avenues as it is?
Thank you for the question. I mean, I think Fadi's case is very particular also because he was actually legally present in Greece, which is not the majority of the cases of pushbacks that we see. But it shows something that unless and until you identify and process everybody, you will breach the law because you have no idea who you are pushing back or pushing, what their circumstances are, who they are, what claims they may have, under which framework, nothing. You just don't know. So I think Fadi is an excellent proof of that. Fadi's case is an excellent proof of that. In terms of legal tools, I think we actually have the tools. I mean, Greece is a bit of an exception because Greece hasn't signed Protocol 4 of the European Convention of Human Rights, and that protocol includes the prohibition of collective expulsions, which exactly addresses that issue. It simply says the collective expulsion of aliens is prohibited. And the point of it is that there should always be an individual assessment. What we do need is courts to take a strong stance on this, and we need better jurisprudence, better developed jurisprudence. And coming back to the Human Rights Convention on which Fadi's claim is based, there is quite an interesting article, which is Article 16, and the right to legal personality, or juridical personality. It's basically everyone should be recognized as a person before the law, a person with rights. And I think that goes exactly to the issue of pushbacks. And when it was included in the treaties, it was René Cassin pushing for it. And he was saying, we have examples in history when we treated people like objects. We have slaves, we have Jews. What was his third example? And he then said, the next step is the treatment of non-nationals. This will be our next legal battle, and we need this right to make sure we don't treat people like legal objects, but we give them the rights that they should have as legal subjects. And I think this idea is really paramount to the issue of pushbacks. Thanks for the question.
Thanks. That makes total sense, and I guess brings me to the next question, which is for everyone. Is what would your recommendations be to states to meet their obligations to avoid this issue and to seek accountability or provide accountability in a way that is in line with international standards, both at the national level and at the EU level? Related to that is, are there any ways or specific tools for accountability or avenues that are underexplored that you would like to see utilized more clearly in the future?
I mean, I think there are several levels, right? I think we have discussed also before that this is deeply rooted within broader structures. So it's not that if there is a mechanism in place, then everything will be solved. But what we're aiming for is small steps, tactics, let's say, within a broader strategy. So I think that at the very least, what we need is a monitoring mechanism and an accountability mechanism. So these are two things. And these are not in place, and we see that especially, I mean, we see lately some efforts from the European Commission trying to set up monitoring mechanism, Frontex, etc. We don't know how this will operate. We kind of foresee how this will operate, but we don't see any effort for accountability as well. And so I think we are very far away from reaching that, but I think the more kind of like there is a public mobilization around this issue and a public demand, let's say, for these things to stop and for transparency to be in place and monitoring and accountability, then but it's a long process, yes.
Maybe add one thought. I mean, all of us touched a bit the topic of the EU turning a blind eye to what is happening at these borders. And I also sometimes, last week when I was in Croatian media, when I got interviewed about it, they were like, or also the interior minister told me, like, this journalist, wants to destroy Croatia, entering Schengen zone and things like that. But I also get a bit tired of pointing at those countries only, because when you talk to, I mean, these are always off-the-record talks, but when you talk to former interior ministers or whistleblowers within the Croatian police who will never speak up, they always say that the orders have to come from higher levels. I mean, I cannot prove it, so I cannot do a reportage about it. But this is for me like, I would want to approach this question more. And I sometimes also, I get a bit tired of, just pushing it on the Croatian border or on the Greek border, because I think there are things that are discussed behind closed doors and without signed papers. Yeah, I leave the sentence open, but I think for me that's something that bothers me more and more, I have to say.
If I could also, I mean, actually we know, because when the Greek pushbacks were happening in March 2020 and the Greece law enforcers were like shooting at migrants and refugees, including families, what did the EU Commission President say? She said that defending EU borders. So we absolutely know that this isn't EU policy. I mean, Croatia used to actually accompany people. It's only when it entered into the EU that it started being so hardcore. And this needs to be known. And it's because they want to enter Schengen that they're behaving like this. And as to Frontex, I mean, Frontex, there was also a publication from Fragdenstadt when the Danish border guards refused to do a pushback operation. Frontex said it opened an investigation, which was basically an email exchange that lasted 4 hours, and the subject of which was, journalists are going to ask questions, what do we say? We say it wasn't confirmed, okay, good, dealt with, next. So Frontex clearly doesn't want to look at it either, because quite frankly, they'd have to suspend all of their border operations if they did, because they have an obligation to if serious human rights violations are being committed. So, but yeah.
Just to say that, but we also see now, I mean, yesterday I think there was the kind of this chain of these documents leaked that actually show Frontex that they have some incidents reported, a serious incident assessment that they do, that describes step by step a pushback operation at the Aegean, which was never, which was, for example, I know people had asked for them through freedom of information requests. They were never given to the public. And Frontex keeps repeating they are doing internal investigations or whatever, that they have no evidence of this happening whatsoever, etc. But we, of course, we understand that this is completely wrong.
So, I mean, from what each of you are saying is that there is a specific, this is EU institutional policy, there are denials, there are pushbacks that are systemic, that are widespread, and they are difficult to document because devices are seized, there's difficulty in navigating and reaching these spaces, and there is an overall climate of impunity and secrecy. How does one deal with it, and what are the different ways in which you've tried it in your work, as well as other inspiring stories that you know of, that you've come across, of activists on ground that are really resisting this at the front lines? Questions for all three.
Maybe, because that's your job, so I'll just make it easier for you guys. I don't research. I mean, I would say the question is rather, is there still need to bring more evidence? You know, when you're facing such a political unwillingness to acknowledge what is already proven and act upon it, are we not just banging our heads against the wall? That is just a wall, there's no door. So to me, the question is more, okay, so what do we do now? You know, and I was gonna ask you, for example, what have been the reactions to your latest publication from the Croatian government and EU institutions?
Yes, I mean, it was quite interesting that the commissary Eva Johansson gave us an interview when she saw the evidence. They realized they cannot just do as nothing has happened. And then they are talking about that the implementation of the monitoring operations, where you also like wonder like where have they been so far? I mean, but you know, that's what then always comes up, like, yeah, we will start that to implement these monitoring mechanisms. That was one point, and then then they always say like, yeah, this is absolutely not acceptable at all, and if this goes on in Croatia, we have to discuss their entering the Schengen zone again. But that's a bit what I meant before. I mean, it's brave that she definitely goes a step further than it was before, but I mean, is it really Croatia just, you know, liking that job? And you know, it really feels like they're just willing to do the dirty work. So yeah, that was the reaction from the EU and from the Croatian government. It was not a full denial. That was quite interesting. They were just saying like the video is not logical, and that I produce fake news to hurt them, and you know, this whole story around it. But I've heard that things are moving a bit, but let's see. I mean, my hopes are not very high, to be honest.
Great, thanks for that. My next question, I want to pivot focus a little bit and come back to how you did your research. And my next question is for you, Dimitra, on what makes the particular methodology of forensic architecture suited to study this issue. You know, you alluded in your presentation the themes of, you know, how spatial reconstruction brings about memory and trauma, and you know, could you elaborate a little bit more on this, and also talk through briefly on the challenges that you face with your method?
Yes, so so usually, I mean, in many cases of those that we work on, we work with a great abundance of material, right? Because since, I don't know, since one decade now, the proliferation of mobile phones enables the documentation of violations when they happen, especially in urban environments of conflict. So many of our cases, we work through these materials that are most of the time accessible online, so in social media, etc. And we try to understand the relationship between each photo and the next one. So we're not looking at one image alone, but we're looking at the relationship between them. We're trying to reconstruct the scene by positioning and correlating the different medias and the different perspectives through which an event occurred. So when we started this project, it became clear that this is not the case, right? So we don't have that kind of privilege to work. So this is why we thought, since these images do not exist, because the first case, actually, I should say that where we started this was always the testimonies, right? All the other cases came as we were working along the way, and because specific material was released, etc. So the initial idea was, since we don't have any images, we need to somehow recreate them through testimony amplification. So this was the very idea between doing these testimonies, the idea that we need to understand what happened, and by working with virtual environment, by working with the witnesses, by constructing the models with them, we can understand better what happened. And we did. Like we indeed, many of the buildings, most of the buildings that we modeled together with the witness, we were able to identify those buildings. We were able to learn more about who are these actors involved. We were able to understand the texture and the conditions of the pushbacks that happen at night, right? It's not even that it's a remote area that the phones are confiscated, they also happen at night. Essentially this was another, and also it allowed us to develop also this methodology, because usually we worked using this methodology on urban environments that are very clear, so we usually worked with architectural software, but in this case we needed to work with the so-called natural environment, if we could say, which added another level of complexity. Like if you can try to remember details of a traumatic event, you can remember maybe a building or a square, etc., but it's much more difficult to remember a shape of the tree or the width of the river. But all these were details that were really kind of present within our reconstructions.
Great, thank you. That was very helpful and enlightening. We'll now open up to any questions that speakers in this room may have.
Thank you very much to all of you for this really super interesting presentation. I think getting for a moment out of the accountability perspective and trying to see the issue from the above. I think it's very important what you said before, the provision that Renata Sen wanted in the Human Rights Declaration that can also, in a way, be translated as the right to have rights. And of course, in order for us to see that others have the right to have rights, we need to, first of all, recognize them as human beings, exactly like us. And in this perspective, our governments were very successful in the past decades to picture the migrants as the new global enemy that, in a way, on the same level of the terrorists, I would make another example, that also are stripped of the right to have rights. And so I am thinking that it's not only governments, it's our individual responsibility, as some of us have said before, to really try to shift the narrative in very small and concrete actions. And this is why I really loved the presentations of all of you, because they go to the individual human being, they go to the individual story, and this, I think, it's the only hope for our future. Because it's not just the governments, it is us. In Italy, if you want to be very unpopular, you defend the rights of the migrants. And if you want to be very popular, you show your strong fight against them. So it's not even true that the governments hide what they are doing. They are sort of proud of showing their hard policy against. So this is it.
Great, thank you for that. Does anyone want to respond to that so quickly? No? Okay, great. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I just want to, yeah, absolutely, and I think then we enter desperation land where you think, okay, so super rise of the right wing, complete dehumanization, and we don't care if we die, goes to we don't care if we kill them. What do we do? You know, what do I do to make you see me as a human? It's a good question. And I think it's interesting your parallel between suspected terrorists or accused terrorists and migrants, because, I mean, we come from the same organization and it started working on rendition and anti-terrorist laws, and we are now working on migration. So there's been a gradual racialized process of dehumanization, for sure. And those two are linked. But I don't want to get there psychologically because I don't think my red passport protects me that well from that process. So I'm not sure what the answer to that is.
Thanks. Anyone else has any questions in the room? Or do we have any questions from the virtual audience?
From our audience that was joining on the chat. And I would say if you have a chance to read up from the speakers, there were also some very valuable comments made about the situation in Croatia and also some activist perspective from the situation in Croatia. Then there's the two questions. So what are our chances with the conjunction of the existing international criminal law, international humanitarian law, and international human rights law to prosecute pushbacks and other forms of state and police violence against people on the move? And secondly, a bit connected, if the border countries are actually complicit in pushback, against whom should the efforts be addressed?
Question for Hannah.
I'm not a criminal lawyer, that's the answer. I think, so criminal law is much more complicated than, so if you try to pin down individual responsibility, you have even more obstacles legally and evidentially than when you try to pin down state responsibility. So if we're not yet at pinning down state responsibility, I'm not sure our strategy should be to go for individual criminal responsibility. I think we have enough on our plate. I mean, maybe the perfect case will come, but I would say that even politically, I'm not sure that's the right answer. And actually there were cases like that in Spain where the head of the Guardia Civil was put on a criminal trial for not respecting the law with these pushbacks. And the court found that factually it was true that he had ordered these pushbacks, but that legally they couldn't find him, they couldn't pin down criminal liability on him because he was only implementing a policy that was ordered to him at higher national level. And I see that. I mean, I understand that reasoning. If you say, well, if the Prime Minister, if Parliament tells you to do that, why would you then put the head of the Guardia Civil behind bars and make him pay a fine? Because he didn't, that's not his, it's not an abuse, an individual abuse of power, it's the state abuse of power. So, yeah, I don't think it's our strategy legally, and I'm not sure it should be ours politically.
Are there any other virtual questions from the audience? Does anyone want to answer? Yeah.
So whether Bosnia or Turkey have responsibility?
I mean, it's not on me to fully judge that, but I remember, and maybe that's a good example, I spoke to many locals who really live at the pushback sites. Some of them have houses some 200 meters away from some of these sites. And I mean, this is something that is always touched me really, like you have to imagine sometimes on a daily basis they have like 50 bloody people in their garden. For years already. So, but the point that I wanted to make, I asked them, do you get help? Like, what do you do then? And then they told us, like, very often we call the Bosnian police to tell them, like, we have, you know, wounded migrants in our garden, or many migrants are coming back from Croatia, and the Bosnian police just tells them, like, why should we show up there? What should we do? Should we push them back again? So we start to play ping pong with these people. So, I mean, there are many problems in Bosnia, but this would be like another panel. But I think they sort of gave up a bit on try to control that situation because they just say, what can we do there? That's a bit how it felt, but I cannot judge the full situation.
I think if we talk about the Greek-Turkish border, then we can clearly say that at least in cases, Turkish authorities have explicit involvement in pushbacks, in the sense that in March, when they funneled all those people to the border, they were expecting that these people would be caught in a stalemate between Greece trying to defend the border and Turkey pushing those people, right? So the pushbacks that happened during those months, this specific month, of course, were also a kind of like, they had the involvement of Turkish authorities as well. Now, generally, if there is another kind of complicity of that, or responsibility of that, I wouldn't want to speculate, but for sure we have seen instances of this being the case.
I mean, if we're talking about bordering countries, and Turkey is a very specific, I mean, the Greek-Turkish situation is very special. But those countries are either, I mean, in the case of Morocco, they receive a bundle of money. So, you know, I mean, the point is to externalize that obligation. So, in that sense, they're complicit, but they're only complicit. I mean, they're complicit to an EU policy, yes. But then do you want to go for the weak states that, you know, when we're here, we're in Europe, we're citizens of the EU, I don't want to point fingers at Morocco. I want to point fingers at the EU and Spain, because that's my responsibility. I'm not a Moroccan citizen. I'm a citizen from here. And those people don't want to go to Morocco. They were on EU territory. So, yeah, that would be my answer on that.
Thank you for that thought. And I think it's clear that accountability exists at multiple levels in multiple jurisdictions, but the focus here is on who is doing the pushback, and our focus on European sort of authorities there. I want to, if there are no more virtual questions, I just want to check that. Then I want to end on a question that is important in these times. And I want to ask you, in doing this work, in litigating and research, and it is extremely painstaking work, and it is extremely tough work in the sense that you deal with a lot of trauma, and you witness a lot of violence. What gives you hope? How do you keep going, both in terms of reflecting on any key wins that may have happened, or taking inspiration from what work others may have done? So yeah, that's the question. What gives you hope?
I mean, I think if we don't have any hope, then we will stop doing the work, right? I mean, and I think we especially in the pushback cases, because as we have mentioned, it is really a practice that is very, very, very well reported, but nonetheless denied. You are thinking, okay, I'm trying to prove the self-evident here, and still I don't get any reception for this from the authorities, right, from the states that are responsible, not from the public necessarily. But I think maybe this is a kind of like also a reason to get more stubborn and say there needs to be a way, right? There needs to be something that can be done. We cannot give up like this.
I mean, ladies like you give me hope. No, really. I mean, if I see what wonderful work you just presented, and I know the wonderful work you're doing, I mean, yeah, it's exactly what you said. If we lose hope, then I mean, we have to stay stubborn. And I for myself, I often, because I'm a lot in the field, I meet those people like face to face, and I try to explain them. Do you want to give me an interview to tell? And then they say like, why? We've told it so many times. Why should we tell it to your TV again and again? And what I always try to say to them like that, I just see it as like another drop and another drop, and I will just try to throw drops into that bowl that it's really huge. But yeah. And meeting people and fight together in the end, I guess that's one super important point. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if I have any hope, but I think I can't do otherwise. It's just I can't look away. Like, it's just not possible. For legal cases, I must say, like one of the highlights of our cases was when the first case that I mentioned, NT versus Spain, was communicated to Spain, and we made it public, and there were reports in the Spanish media. The Spanish media knew nothing about the applicants because everything was anonymized, no pictures of them, nothing. So they only could put some sort of shadow head with the flag of the country from which the applicants came. Like 2 men from Mali and the Ivory Coast are taking on a claim against Spain, and that was a highlight because I thought for a decade you've been seeing them as a mass, just all of these hundreds of black men that you just violently, just literally beat off your fence. And now 2 of them stand as legal subjects and claim their rights. And that was really a highlight. And speaking with one of the applicants, he was like, I don't care, we lost the case in the end, and this is why I have no more hope. But on the basis that, it was an irregular crossing, but it's more complicated than that, and I don't want to get into it. But one of them said, you know what, it doesn't matter, because we could bring our case, and they had to hear our story. And I think that's, even if you lose, just that fact, putting those images, putting those faces and those accounts, and giving them a space to be, is our victory already, in a way. And theirs mainly also.
And not to mention everyone who painstakingly documents these, including grassroots activists and migrants who risk so much by carrying, phones or devices at really mortal and physical risk. So thank you for all of your work. Thank you for your presentations, and thank you for this amazing and enriching panel. And thanks especially to the team at Disruption Lab for organizing this. And there's lots for us to think about, learn, and also interrogate our own responsibility in perpetuating this racialized system, and demand accountability from European and other authorities. So we'll end today here, and over to you, Tatiana.
Thank you very much. This was really an important panel, and I'm really glad that you were with us. And in a sense, after listening to you, I have hope. So I want to end with this positive note, and thank you for the work that you are doing. That is very important. And thank you also for the moderation. I'm just concluding then the day by introducing what is happening tomorrow. We come back at 4, and we will start with an investigation with Petra Molnar. They work on the discourse of technology and surveillance at the borders, so she will speak about the report that she just did with EDRI, that is Technological Testing Grounds. And then we have a conversation that I'm also very proud of, because thanks to Sally Hayden, we enter in contact with one young migrant, that is Josef Zemikael Atfevoki, and he's a student now in Luxembourg, coming from Eritrea and Ethiopia, and he was one of the people that really did a long trip to reach Europe, and took 2 years, and he was also inside the detention center in Libya. So for the first time, because he's very young, he decided to be in a conference and also speak about his story. He will be moderated by Sally, and together also with Amber Schutz, that work at the organization Passerelle in Luxembourg. So for me, that is also a very important point of this conference, because, as you say, we have to hear the voice of the people themselves. And after that, we have a panel that is called Politics and Technologies of Fear, with Gaia Giuliani, Claudia Radau, and Joanna Varon, moderated by Walid El-Hori. And there we will, in a sense, connect to the question that Chantal just did, to understand from one side, how is the narrative around the discourse of borders of fear and migration, also narrative that has to do with right-wing extremism, and also how the technologies of fear are used. I want to say then that on Sunday we will have another panel that starts at 4 again, sorry, and is part of the community program. And we will then analyze the discourse of creating safe passages, and we go on into the analysis of the sea rescues and the migration that is happening on the seas and at the borders there. And of course there will be the workshop with Dimitra that she will do also on Sunday. So that's all, and I hope to see everybody tomorrow from the online audience. There will be again an active chat, so you can ask the question to the speakers, and also the speakers that were with us today, of course, are invited to come tomorrow. And thank you everybody for being here, and see you tomorrow.